Alright, now it looks like it's working on YouTube. Okay, we should be back from the ads. Welcome in YouTube. There was some hiccup in Restream, and I don't know. It's working now. Got it working. I noticed it, fixed it. I just turned it on and off, or turn it off and on. It was on, and then I turned it off, and now it's back on, and now it's working. So there we are. Anyways, let's get the stream rolling here. So this is where we were. The last time we worked on this project, we made a tile set, 8x8 tiles for Game Boy Color for Amazion's 100, Johnny Mangiaro's game. And I've been meaning to get more work done on that, and I've been kind of slacking. So I'm just gonna jump in and do some easy stuff, the low-hanging fruit. We've already got this tile set, and we've already got the maps made. So all I gotta do is put this tile set on the other maps, change the colors. Yeah, and I might get into icons for the treasure chest and whatever else we needed. The shop icon. And yeah, we could probably use one of these for the boss, probably this one, and then one of these other ones, maybe this one for the enemy, for the enemies. Also, I think it might be a good idea to have a starting location, so that way the player can like see where they start. In fact, it might be a good idea, and I'm not designing the game, but it might be a good idea to show the map before the player starts, so they can see where they are, where they want to go, that kind of stuff. But yeah, that's something that I could discuss with Johnny later. So yeah, I need to pull up the game files, so I'm gonna open up GB Studio here. And if you haven't used GB Studio before, GB Studio is fantastic, really amazing engine, and it makes Game Boy games. So if you ever wanted to make Game Boy games or Game Boy Color games, you can do that. So this is the level that we've just adjusted. You can see, if I go back to Aseprite, it's the same map, just a little bit more detail, and the tile set is obviously different. So, excuse me. Next we're gonna be doing this one, and then this one, then this one, and yeah. Sorry, just sipping my tea here. And now I'm taking a closer look at these ones, and it looks like there's an X there, and I think that is the end, or the starting location. So I think the starting location should probably be put there. And an X doesn't really work as well as maybe an S, because in X is more like X marks the spot, that's where you're trying to go kind of thing. Unless there's something to tell the player where they are, I feel like that might be the best way to do it. Also, this one appears to have a circle there. I'm not really sure. I think the circle is the ending, because it ends there. Probably like the boss or whatever. But yeah, there's a lot of levels, so it might be beneficial to just use the one tile set. And in GB Studio, you can just click on this little folder here to get to the game assets. And Johnny, just to be clear, Johnny made all of this stuff. This is very much Johnny's game, and I'm just being asked to work on some of the art assets to spruce it up a bit. And I think, honestly, he's done a fantastic job. I made some minor adjustments to some of the characters and stuff like that, and we're gonna... I've got some different backgrounds for the chest and the restore health screen. We'll probably adapt or make adjustments on the title screen. The characters, although honestly 16 by 16 characters are pretty tough to do, so these really aren't bad for what it is, but yeah, maybe some more variation. So yeah, we're going to find this image. So it's just called Zone 2, and if we go to our backgrounds, you see Zone 2 here. We're just going to drag it into Aseprite, and we're going to hit skip here. It's trying to make it an animation. So now we've got our new thing. But yeah, I just noticed that the captions are not working on the stream for some reason. Also, it seems that my phone is going to do something. Don't do that. It's trying to install an update that's going to fuck with my headphones. Headphones go through there. Yeah, I don't know where the captions went. That's real weird. They were there last stream. I remember looking at them. In fact, I usually look at them when I start the stream, but I didn't do that today, so I don't know. But also, it seems like when I'm talking, sometimes the VTuber thing is not working properly. So I think the threshold just needs to be brought down a little bit on the microphone. That, I think, will fix it. And maybe I was just being too quiet. But yeah, it probably doesn't sound too quiet because in OBS I've got compression. But yeah, that's really weird that the text is not there. Anyways, not a huge deal. Oh, now it looks like it's working. So whatever I just did fixed it. I just like clicked on and off on a checkbox in there, and now it's working. Okay. So problem solved. All right. So what we're gonna do now is we're gonna grab these tiles and just kind of use them to rebuild this scene. Now let's take a look at the color mode here. It says RGB. What if we? I just want to test if we change this to indexed and then paste something. Okay, yeah. So that didn't work the way that I wanted it to. So we're not gonna do that. We can just change the colors instead. But yeah, I'm gonna make a new layer so that way we can keep the background layer, and we'll just kind of drag these tiles in. There's not too many free floating ones. But yeah, I feel like this might seem kind of tedious, and it is a little bit, but honestly it's not the end of the world. I could use something like Tiled to just kind of draw everywhere and then have it like figure out, and that might be the best way to do it. But Tiled is always a little bit finicky. Now this tile set wouldn't be too hard. I don't know, maybe I'm debating. You know, every time that I say like, oh, I could use Tiled for this, and then I don't, I end up regretting it. So maybe I should just do that. Now I don't have Tiled on this computer, so I'm gonna grab it real quick. And like making the first map, like it's just easier to do in Aseprite to make a tile map, to make a tile set. But once you have it, once you have all the pieces you need, it's not too terribly difficult to throw it into Tiled. It does take a little bit of getting used to Tiled, but it's free software. It's a little bit clunky, but it does what it calls terrain rules, which is basically a rule set that adapts. It's adaptive tile set is what it is. So when you draw like a box, it will like put these edges on it. Did that download? Oh no. But yeah, I definitely recommend this software. A lot of people have asked me like, why don't you just use the tile sets in Aseprite? And the reason is because it doesn't have these rules. The thing that it does have is like that it will, like as you draw one tile, it will change all of the other tiles that are like it, which is useful to a degree, because then you don't have to copy paste as much. But it's also like it doesn't do, it's like only doing half the job basically. So, and then it makes it really hard to just edit at like to make a new tile, or like take an existing tile and make a variation of it, like little things like that. And maybe it's just because I don't know the software that well. But yeah, so we're gonna export this. Let's find a good location for it. We want a PNG file, zone 1 map. That's fine for now. We can always change it later. All right, so now that we've got that, I kind of have to remember how this works. So you have a project. We'll make a new folder in my documents for it. And we'll call this Amazion's map. All right. So yeah, it's a little bit clunky, and it takes me a minute to like remember how all this stuff works. But we want to make a new tile set and new map. I think both. So let's make a new map first. We want isometric, I think, or no, orthogonal. Yeah. So the tile render order, I don't think it really makes a difference, but Game Boy is left up, so I'm gonna set it to left up. Now this is tiles, right? So we want to change it to 8x8 for Game Boy. And then it is 20x19. Oops, that's wrong. But this doesn't, that's not accurate, so did I do it wrong? It should be 160 by 144. So yeah, maybe it's 18. I don't know why I thought it was 19. And then yeah, so we'll click OK. So this is the Game Boy screen. Right, and now we have those tiles there. Then so we need to make a new tile set, and we'll call it Amazion Map Tiles. Real creative here. And then it's got this source, and I think this is where we can put in our image that we just exported. So we've got our PNG file, we'll drag that into there. 8 pixels by 8 pixels. And yeah, so let's just do that, and then we'll save that there. And yeah, so now we have it here, right? But what we want is a terrain set made out of this. So, and it is a little bit, you know, intense because we've got this outside one and we've got this inside thing. So we may have to do some things by hand, and other things will be automated. And I don't fully understand the difference between the corner set, the edge set, and the mix set. But I'm gonna use mix, and the different color is for different terrains. So you can actually create a new one and then change the color. And yeah, so now each thing is divided into 4 things, right? So the easiest place to start is probably this, but yeah, maybe even this, because if we outline the player's path, maybe this isn't the best way to do it, because this one's all black, so it doesn't really... I'm still kind of noodling out how this is gonna work, right? So if... So that would be like... Or no. That would be like that. And that would be like that. Alright, so yeah, I'm pretty sure this is what you would want to do. And you don't have to do every single one. Not sure what to do for this one, to be honest. We might have to do those ones manually. I think that should work. This way we can differentiate between these tiles. Really not sure, to be honest. We'll just have to try it and see what happens here. But you can see how this one is different than this one, right? And then that would look like that. Yeah, so this is where it gets a little confusing, because it just did that, and I don't know. It might screw some things up. Every time I use this software, I feel like I have to like relearn things, but I also feel like I get a better understanding of how it works every time I use it. So I'm not too worried to kind of feel around in the dark here. It's a super useful tool, so as difficult as it is to learn, I feel like it's definitely worthwhile to screw with it until it makes sense. This tile, I don't even know what it is. I guess it's like that. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see what it does once we try to draw with this. Oops, I'm gonna keep going on this for a little bit. If it doesn't work right off the bat, we'll try some other things, like putting in the other terrain colors. Like I said, you don't need to do every single tile, but you want to make sure you have every possible variation. So that means every rotation, every corner piece, etc. So like we've definitely got this one, so I don't need to do that one. I'm not sure if we've got that one yet. And just to be sure, we'll do one of those. I think we've already got one of those, but just to be sure. Oh, and we need one of these. Looks like we got another ad break starting soon. I think that's supposed to be like that. But yeah, I hope everyone's been having a good day. I know everyone's probably sleeping right now, but yeah, I woke up super late. I think it was like 8 p.m. But yeah, before I went to bed, I stayed up extra late until my accountant's office was open, so that way I could pay the bill on them doing my taxes. They finally finished my taxes, which is cool. That company, alright, so this one's different because it's like completely surrounded. So now I'm wondering, because that's like that one, but maybe that's okay. I don't really remember. But anyways, yeah, so anytime that the taxes are late, they do the extension for free, which is pretty cool. But it does mean that it takes longer to get your refund, but it's my own fault for being late, and it's a huge pain in the ass to do your own extension. So it's pretty nice of them to offer that. But yeah, it's not super cheap. It's like 675 bucks for them to do my taxes. But apparently that's like the kind of the going rate for when you have your own business. Because there's all types of nonsense that you gotta do when it's your own business. Which is ridiculous if you ask me. But the whole tax thing is ridiculous in the States. I don't know how it is in other countries, but it's pretty dumb here. Alright, so we've got pretty much everything here. Let's see what happens when we draw with this one. So we're gonna save it. Now we've got this, and we've got this, and we should be able to just draw with it. But yeah, you can see it's already doing some weirdness. Like, it works to a degree, but it's having trouble like understanding the difference between the inside edges and the outside edges. So I think we made a mistake there. So let's go back into here and we'll erase the outside edges. Because this is like a double edge tile set. I'm not sure exactly the best way to do this. I've only done like a single edge tile set in Tiled before. And I did get it to work before for Demon Fish That Ahead, and it was super useful to draw out the levels. Oh, there's that ad. To make drawing the levels for Demon Fish That Ahead, it was like way less time consuming than doing it by hand. And it helped to make sure that there was no like accidental tile sets. Is Demon Fish coming out soon? Yeah, in November I've got the release date planned. Around the same time that we did Pyro Toad, but a year later. I felt like it wasn't a terrible release date. I feel like Pyro Toad's release could have gone better, but for a bunch of different reasons. Mostly I feel like we didn't have enough wish lists, and I do feel like Demon Fish That Ahead is kind of falling into that same category. But yeah, I did give it like 9 months more to gather wish lists, so we'll see how it does in the end, but what are you gonna do? But anyways, welcome in, Johnny Manjiro. Good to see you. Hope you're doing well. Hope your day is going awesome. But yeah, I still have plans to get some testers on Demon Fish That Ahead, and I came up with one thing that I might change on the demo. I feel like it doesn't go into the cutscene after you beat the boss. It just goes straight to like, this is what you're missing by playing the demo. So I feel like it should have that cutscene and then go into the advertisement for the full game kind of thing. Alright, so now that I've changed this tile set, let's see what happens when I draw with it now. So it's a little bit more consistent. So it's really weird drawing with this. You wouldn't think it, but like each square is divided into different sections. And that's why it's weird. Right? As you move around the one square, you get different varieties. Alright, so let's erase all of this. Because that was just kind of screwing around anyways. And then what we're going to do is import an image, and I'm not really sure how to do that. Maybe we make a new layer, an image layer, there we go. And then, so yeah, now we've got our image layer. How do we... I don't know. First thing, let's save this as map 2. Image source, so that's what we want. So we're gonna grab the image source, we're gonna go to our image, which is in the images folder. Doing well other than massive typhoon this morning. We were safe though, thankfully. Wow, wow, well, I'm glad you're safe, but yeah, that sounds intense. A typhoon, that's like a big storm, right? Like a storm from the ocean, is that what a typhoon is? So there's probably some like flooding and big tidal waves and stuff like that. Sounds scary. Alright, so what we're gonna do now is we're gonna export zone 2. We probably really shouldn't need to, but because we've got it, but it'll all be in one place now, so did I not export it right? What happened there? Oh, I put it in the wrong folder. I put it in the project folder. So we're gonna put it into this folder instead. So now we've got this, and you can see we've got the map. Alright, so we made this image too small, and I didn't really think about the fact that the maps aren't all small. They're actually pretty big. So I don't know if there's a way to adjust that. Resize map. Yeah, so there is. Now I don't know how many tiles it is. We can figure it out here. If we go to sprite size, we've got 376 by 248. So we can just grab a calculator. 376 divided by 8 is 47. 248 divided by 8 is 31. So 47 by 31. So we'll go into here and we'll say 47, 31. Okay, and so now we've got it the correct size here. So now we can go into this tile set. Oh wait. Okay, so yeah, we need to click on this thing, and then we should be able to... Wait, what's going on here? Oh, we're not on the right tile. Not on the right layer. We gotta make sure we're not on the image layer. And we can also put the image layer underneath so we can draw on top. And then we want to make sure we've got this brush. And we should be able to draw all of this, but this isn't what we want. So this is, we're one step closer, but this still isn't what we're looking for, right? It could do some of the interior walls, but it's having trouble when it comes to angles. It can do that, and it can do that, but it can't seem to do that, right? So there's still some issues with this. And honestly, I'm not really sure the best way to do this. I don't really understand this, but I get this. We could make a new one. And now, so this one's green. This is like where the player walks, right? So I think we go around, oh, I guess we don't want to do that one. If we go around the edges of these ones, oh yeah, that's real weird too, because then it makes it seem like you can go through it, but you can't. Maybe it's gotta be like this. Stephanie Knight, morning Rick, welcome in. How you doing? I'm back to messing with tile to try to learn how to do a more advanced tile set here. It's kind of clunky software, I'm not gonna lie, but I've gotten it to work for a simple tile set. This one is a little bit more complex because it has like an inside, a middle, and an outside of the tile. And it would be really cool to get that working. But honestly, I don't know if I'll be able to. It would speed things up tremendously down the road if I got it working. Yeah, basically the software divides tiles into like 9 little squares. And honestly, I'm just kind of experimenting here because I'm not really sure what's gonna happen. I don't really know. Nine Rex, I've played a bit with them in Godot. Well, it's a little bit different than a 9rec because like 9recs, they use them in GB Studio for UI, like for UI boxes and stuff, and that also is the way in Unity they do UI with 9recs. But this is more adaptive tile sets and making those rules for the adaptive tile sets. Unless Godot is different in like what how they communicate that stuff. Maybe I'm wrong. Alright, so we saved it, and now we've got this green one. But why is that being so weird? Like, what's up with that? Like... Whatever I did, it didn't make things any better. At this point, I'm starting to wonder if it might just be easier to draw it all by hand, because this is kind of unpredictable. Like, what is that all about? That is the same in Godot. Okay. I feel like I'm doing this wrong. I feel like I don't fully understand the difference between the corner set and the edge set. That's weird because these are different, but it's trying to do the same thing. Yeah. As much as I would like to, like, say that I fully understand this software, I definitely don't. One of these days, I would like to really fully understand this software because I know it's useful. I just don't know how to use it. I think there's just a complete misunderstanding of how it's actually working. Anyways, let's just do it by hand. As much as I'd like to figure it out, I don't think I'm really getting anywhere. So we'll just do it the old-fashioned way. Oops, I don't know what happened there. Alright, so I think we need to merge these before we start doing that. First step is to accept we don't. Yo. One day I'll have a better understanding of how tiled works. Today is probably not that day. But mostly I can just rotate the stuff, but sometimes I need to flip it to make it line up. And I did that on purpose when I was making them. To make it easier on myself. Oops. There we go. Yeah, this one should go quite a bit faster than when I made this one, which took me a couple hours, 2 or 3 hours. But yeah, it is a different map, so obviously it's not exactly the same, but it should have pretty much all of the tiles accounted for in this one. So basically I'm just gonna grab each corner throw them in the right spots. And then as we progress, we'll need this map less and less, because we'll already have all the tiles we need. So yeah, watched a few movies actually recently that were pretty good. I'm kind of a stickler, I guess, when it comes to films. I have I don't know how to describe it. I have high standards for films. So a lot of films that are good, I'll be like, it was only okay, kind of thing. Like, and then I won't remember it, and like I'll forget it, and it's like, or I won't remember the title of it. And even though it'd be like a perfectly good movie, like to recommend to someone, I just don't, because it doesn't hit that standard for me. But every once in a while, I come across a movie that does hit that standard. And so before I went to bed yesterday morning, if that makes any sense whatsoever, I watched Project Hail Mary, which was actually pretty good. I was pleasantly surprised with it. The movie made me smile. It made me laugh out loud. It was thought-provoking. It was interesting, sci-fi, and it was fresh. It was innovative and fresh. In a lot of ways, it kind of followed a similar formula to Interstellar, but had a very different premise, and just kind of it just unfolded completely different. But yeah, it starts with the world in peril, much like Interstellar, but it ended up being completely different peril, and there were extraterrestrials, but very different from the interdimensional extraterrestrials of Interstellar. These were like three-dimensional extraterrestrials, like the type you would assume to meet in space. But it also had very strange, like DNA of that robot from Interstellar, which is kind of interesting. But it wasn't like 1-to-1 by any means. But I enjoyed it. Yeah, I definitely recommend it. Then also I watched, before stream today, I watched Jungle with the Harry Potter guy, and It was pretty good. I don't think that Harry Potter guy is a very good actor, but the story was really good. It's like a survival thing. I've been playing a lot of Sons of the Forest, so I've been in a very survival mood. And I know there's a lot of really good survival movies. We've come a long ways since Castaway. And not that Castaway was terrible. It just, I don't know. I'm not a huge fan of what's his face? Tom Hanks. I mean, he's done some alright stuff for sure. But he's not the world's best actor by any means. What happened there? Why is that like that? Oh, I see what happened here. What else did I see? Oh, the Backrooms movie, which was pretty good. Very low budget acting, but high budget. Well, not high budget, but well done set design. Like really well done set design. I think it was a good like production and direction choice in that where they spent their focus on set design rather than getting high stakes actors in there or high profile actors in there. Because the main character is the Backrooms itself, and the director had a conscious understanding of that. I feel like they did some things, they took some artistic liberties with the what's it called? Oh, this is not going to be that. This is going to be that. With the lore, right? Like they definitely kind of wrote their own lore for it. But they also kind of stayed within the confines of the pre-existing lore. But then again, I'm not like a huge Backrooms person. I've literally only watched other people stream those games. And I guess I've played a couple now. There was a Backrooms game I played in VR that someone wanted to show me in VR chat. And it was cool. It was basically a big maze though. And yeah, mazes, you know, sometimes they work pretty well. Other times, most of the time, players don't really like mazes. But something like a map, like in this game, helps a lot. And sometimes they're kind of hard to avoid in this type of game, or even in Demon Fish Dead Ahead, there are mazes. So, just one of those things. But yeah, as a game design kind of rule, I like to avoid mazes where possible, unless I'm really feeling it. If I'm really feeling a maze, then I'll go for it, like with Demon Fish Dead Ahead. But I ended up putting in a mini map and like making it easier. I even took the maze out of the demo because I didn't want people to get the idea that the game was all mazes. And it's pretty much the only maze in the game, and it's pretty simple. There's only like there's only what, 1, 2, 3, 4, different decisions you have to make, and if you make a wrong decision, you hit a dead end. So, you know, you gotta turn back. And there's no, you don't like go winding in the wrong direction and be like, this whole thing was a dead end, like in Final Fantasy 1. Or again, like in Final Fantasy 1, where you feel like you have to check every dead end because you need all the loot, and the loot's hidden in this maze. Like, not the best design choice, if you ask me. Granted, it worked at the time, but this was also, that was back when rentals were big. They wanted people to rent the game for more than one day at a time, and like, there's so many games where they artificially inflated the difficulty just to make it better for rentals, which is kind of funny to think about now. But honestly, they did the same thing in the arcades, where they would like make a game and be like, all right, now we need it to produce quarters. So they would like increase the difficulty, like beat 'em ups, for example. Like beat 'em ups were fun, but they started as just like quarter munchers, right? They're just there to like to steal the quarters from your pockets. And then something weird happens when I think Double Dragon hit NES. It was like, well, now we have to make this appealing for people at home. And then they had to like rebalance things. And honestly, I didn't really play Double Dragon in arcade, so I don't really know the ins and outs of that one particular. I played the most of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles arcade game and NES port. I played both of them, and they did the same thing. They rebalanced the mechanics for at home like significantly, right? Because you couldn't just keep popping quarters in, and if it was too difficult, you would never make it past the third boss or whatever. So they needed to make it so you could actually progress. And I think mostly the way that worked was that you kind of memorized where the enemies were going to come out of. And if you were there already when the enemy came out, you had an advantage. And I think the NES ports of fighting games or beat 'em ups kind of relied on that. I mean, I could be wrong. I was not like a huge beat 'em up person. Like outside of the Ninja Turtles games, I never really sunk my teeth into too many. I did play the more recent one, Scott Pilgrim versus the World, and I thought it was really good. For a beat 'em up, is actually really good. But yeah, I feel like beat 'em ups are a challenging game design, because everything we talked about, they were made for arcades. They were made to be challenging and just consume quarters. Kind of like Gauntlet, right? When Gauntlet got ported to consoles, the original one still kind of kept the same mechanics where your life would just be depleting all the time, but at least as far as I remember. But I feel like they added more food and stuff into the port, so that way inserting quarters, you know, because you can't do that on an NES, right? But if you look at Gauntlet Legends versus the original Gauntlet, or even Gauntlet 2 for the arcade, they're vastly different games. Now there was a Gauntlet Legends for the arcade, and I haven't had enough time on it. I think I've played it once. But it would be interesting to like deep dive into the differences they made. Because essentially, Gauntlet's kind of like a beat 'em up in a lot of ways. It's like a dungeon crawler beat 'em up. It has a lot of the same mechanics. I mean, it was before beat 'em ups, so it kind of paved the way. But it's not all that different. If you're, I mean, they were kind of on the nose about it in Gauntlet, where your life literally just kept running out. Where in beat 'em ups, your life kept running out, but it was your own fault for taking damage, or at least that's what they wanted the player to feel like, so that way they didn't get frustrated and just give up. But the reality is that they designed it so that you would keep getting damage, like just the same amount as if you were really good at the game or if you weren't good. I mean, it depended on the beat 'em up. Some of them were better about it than others, but a lot of them, they just made it like the bosses, you need to spend $1 here, you know, kind of thing. Like if you don't spend $1, then you won't get past this boss, kind of thing. And if you're really bad, it might cost you $5, right? Like, but yeah, it really depends on the game. I did enjoy some beat 'em ups, but mostly for the art. Like Cadillacs and Dinosaurs comes to mind. Really cool art, fun like themes, interesting, you know, mechanics somewhat with the cars and the dinosaurs that you could ride and stuff like that, and the mutants and stuff. But it was all kind of the same game. Oh, you know what else? The Simpsons arcade game. I played a fuck ton of that when I was a kid at the arcade because my parents were fans of The Simpsons. And me and my brother... Oh, what happened there? Oh, my phone did that thing. Yeah, my phone had an update. So my headphones are going through my phone. It's like, all right, we lost Bluetooth on one, but yeah, should be fine. Everything looks okay on OBS. But yeah, the Simpsons game, I remember the first time we played it, it was at Chuck E. Cheese's, or maybe it was Showbiz Pizza at the time. I can't remember. Arjeeks, thank you for the donation, $23.23. I very much appreciate it. Very, very kind of you. How are you doing tonight or today? What have you been up to? Hey, how is that that tower defense game thing that you were working on? How's that going? I had a lot of fun playing that. I played it on stream a couple times. Hey, I'm good, thank you. You're welcome. Everyone should check out RGX, give him a follow. Hope you too. Yeah, thank you. Yep, things are good. I'm just chipping away at some of the art for Johnny's new game. It's a wizardry type clone with Game Boy Color mechanics. So wizardry, but like kind of stripped down, turn-based combat with 3D maze. And he did some great work on the art, but he wanted me to embellish on it and make some minor changes to it and stuff like that. So here's an example of one of the maps, and then if we pull up the original, I don't know why it's in that. But yeah, this was the original. So you can see it was just squares. And then we went and made it. Oh, I see why I did that. We went and made it so it's got edges, and then it's got this other edge. And it would be cool to make it actually look more like a map. You can check out the newest version on my own domain, Endless Tower Prototype, Arajic.com. It's linked directly to my repository, so every time I make a change and push an update, the latest version is automatically available there. Just push the stable versions to itch. Oh, that's cool. Awesome. Yeah, I'll have to take another look at that, because I had a lot of fun with it the last time I played. It's super addicting, I gotta say. But I hope it's been going well. And have you been working on anything else, or is that your only project? So I know some devs like to work on lots of things at once, and other devs only work at one thing at a time. And I don't think there's any wrong way to do it. AW so much. Or awesome. Awesome. Yeah. I was like, wait, what is that? Is that an acronym or abbreviation? I think you're trying to say awesome. Yeah. But yeah, do you got anything else you've been working on? I mean, if you've got, I mean, sometimes client stuff you can't always talk about, I get that. But yeah, I know that you've been hard at work, so that's cool to hear. Also working on 2 other games, but unfortunately can't talk about them yet. I think they'll be released sometimes within the next 24 months. They're indie games as well, nothing huge, but I'm excited to see them come out. Oh, cool. Can you say if they are projects you're making for yourself or projects you're making for other people, or is that outside the bounds of what you can say? But I'm glad to hear that you're working on other stuff. I myself am similar, where I need to be working on lots of things at the same time. Although currently, this is really the only thing outside of my own projects and some kind of intermittent client work. So I guess I am working on multiple things, but yeah. This should be my focus, so that way it gets done. But yeah, I've also been working on my game Retro Spaceball, which I don't know if you've seen that. It's an older project of mine. I started working on it back in 2017, and I never finished it. But I started working on that again recently. Why does that look weird? What happened there? There we go. Wait, what's going on with that? Oh, interesting. So there's 2 different variations of that. Well, it's not a big deal. It's not like we're gonna run out of tiles. One of them is your own project, which you're developing together with another pixel artist. The second game is being made by a small indie studio, and I'm contributing pixel art assets to support the project. Oh, cool. That's awesome. Thanks for sharing. You'll have to let us know as more gets released on it. What projects are you working on right now? Yeah, so the list is kind of long, so it takes me a second to get through it all, but I've got this, which is Amazeon's 100, Johnny Mangiaro's wizardry game. I've got Retro Spaceball, which I mentioned, which is my oldest project. And then I have Demon Fish Dead Ahead, which is getting released in November. It's already got a Steam page up. That one's got a demo as well. Let me, I've got a link for that. Yeah, so there's the Steam page. You can play the demo there. That's a Game Boy Color game. I've also been working on a Dope Wars type game. So I don't know if most people don't remember Dope Wars, but it's this old text-based drug dealing simulator for like MS-DOS, and there was like some mobile versions of it. There's like a million different versions of this game. So anyways, I always thought it'd be cool to make a version of that text-based game that has art, but I also thought it would be funny if the art was like similar to that of Earthbound. So I've been low-key working on this game that looks like Earthbound but plays like Dope Wars or Drug Wars or whatever, and it's been interesting. It's been quite a bit of fun to muck around with. And then, so I've got some other things on the horizon that I'm not quite working on yet, but I'm thinking about them in the background. I've got this game I made for Game Boy. It's not really a game, it's a sound toy. It's called Bit Dropper, and that's like a finger drumming instrument. And that did okay. I mean, it was free, so you can't really judge success by how much money it made. But it did actually receive some donations, which is a good sign. And then a lot of people picked it up and expressed interest in it and enjoyment from it. And so I've been thinking about doing a volume 2 for that. Basically making some minor adjustments to how the game, quote, game works, how the mechanics work, and then giving it all new samples like sound effects and stuff. Okay, that sounds great. I'll definitely give you a post on the game promotion channel on my Discord. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. And then so this other game that I made last year, I think it was last year. Yeah. Front Rooms Normalities is a Backrooms style game with my brain's not braining. It's an Anomalies game with a Backrooms type vibe, except that instead of it being Backrooms, it's Front Rooms, and instead of it being Anomalies, it's Normalities. So it's a reverse Backrooms, reverse Front Rooms game, or reverse Backrooms, reverse Anomaly game. And people have been playing it. People have been downloading it. There's been a little bit of confusion about how the game works, so I feel like I'm going to go in and make some minor adjustments to it, give it more content, and then give it a Steam release. And just make it like super cheap, like $1 or $2. And then maybe make the demo like the first version of the game. So like you pretty much have the game for free, but if you want to support me, you can get the second version of it, kind of thing. I think that's what I'm going to end up doing. And it probably won't make a killing or anything like that, but I have a feeling it could do okay on Steam, because Steam has a lot of horror enthusiasts, especially like cheap horror games, and like there's some content creators and stuff out there that will go and look for every single Backroom style game or every single Anomaly game, because those are the games they like to play, and they would, you know, scoop it up if it's only a couple bucks or whatever, or when it goes on sale for $1 or less or whatever, you know. So, and like, you know, so that's not a bad thing to have on the horizon. It should be a fairly simple project that I can do while I'm doing other things, and just to kind of have a lot of different projects out at the same time. So yeah, those are my future projects. But also recently, this was in like January, I made a game with Taco Crepe and Aya Sprite, who are pixel artists, called VTubers Please. And that we actually just finished an update for and put the game onto Newgrounds, and it did surprisingly well. I guess it wasn't super surprised, but it did exceedingly well. It made the front page, and it was on the front page for a good month or two, and then it's still getting quite a few views because it's not exactly on the front page anymore, but it's still like being featured to a degree. And it's got 3.91 stars, which is very close to what Pyrotoad got. Pyrotoad was at 3.98. So both of them are nearly 4 stars. What's the best way to support you? You know, wish lists and game sales are the best way, I think, you know. But any support is great. Sharing, you know, chilling out on chat. I have a Discord if you want to be part of the community there. You can post stuff about your game there. You know, Twitch stuff is always good. Donations, subscriptions, anything like that. I also have a YouTube channel that I'm planning to grow. So subscription on YouTube. I mean, there's whatever is the best way that you like supporting people is the best way to support me. But yeah, as a game studio, game sales is probably number one. Can't go wrong with game sales. Also, recently, I'm not sure if I mentioned this before, but Pyrotoad was in a bundle that did phenomenally well. We were all very impressed with how well the it was called the Handheld Heritage Bundle. It was like 30, I think it was 30, maybe it was 35, 30 Game Boy games. It's been a little bit since I've looked at the promotional material, but yeah, I think it was 30 for $30, I think is what it was. Yeah, 30 Game Boy games for $30. That sounds right. And yeah, it sold like, it made like, I don't even remember, like $70,000 or something like that, which is pretty awesome. I mean, obviously we only get a small percentage of that, and then there's 2 people on the team, so we had to split it. But I made a couple like almost a couple grand off of it. It was like 12 or something, 1,200. So not quite a couple grand. I don't remember the exact numbers. But yeah, Johnny and I, we did okay. I wrote it down in the chat. Yeah, 1258. So yeah, not quite 2 grand, but like between the both of us, it was over, or it was, yeah, well, 1258 doubled, so that's what, yeah, almost $1,500 I think is what it was. Or no, almost 2,500. Yeah, almost $2,500. I'm terrible at math. I used a calculator to figure everything out. But yeah, Pyrotoad is finally getting on the radar, which is dope because it actually got featured on a page for why is this one giving me so much trouble? Oh, I guess that's what it looks like. Okay. On itch, so there was like Fresh Games on itch is like one of the front page things, and it was featured on there, so it got front page action. and we were getting like 200 views for like the first couple days of it or something. I think we got over 200 views. I could pull it up. Yeah, so this color is all Pyrotoad. So yeah, it first happened, we got 150 views the first day, 270 the next day, and then it kind of trailed off. But we're still getting a bit higher than before. Like if you look before, we were at like 8, 11, this one, oh, was that 9? It's so hard to get this to go to the right thing. 11. But yeah, so now we're at 21, and we're getting more downloads too. And it's really hard to tell if these are from the bundle still, because I'm sure people are like, you know, looking at the bundle and getting through the games slowly and saying, what haven't I checked out yet? Oh, I should download this one. And so some of these are probably coming from that bundle still, but I feel like some of them are also coming from the views. And then the browser play has got a huge boost. So a lot of these people were here just to play browser free games, which is great to have a demo up. And it's a pretty big demo, so yeah, but it slowly dwindled down. But yeah, there is a way to look at the bundle. Oh yeah, here's the bundle. So yeah, there's Pyrotoad there. So we got lumped in with some really good games. Traumatarium is super big. Wink and the Broken Robot's pretty big. Glory Hunter's pretty big. Kara Kara Cowboy is really big. Cave Dave is pretty big. This game's been doing pretty well. Pitchfork. And I haven't played all of them. Batty Zabella is pretty well known in the retro homebrew scene. This is a Robert Doman game. He's a huge content creator. There's an ad coming up. But yeah, real quick, we can go to the analytics here, and you can see it made $73,000. I can't remember how to see how much we made from it. Let me find it off of you. I don't want to expose too much here. I guess the only way to look at it is to see everything that I earned from the payout, which is a little bit more because there was a couple game sales that weren't Pyrotoad, but yeah, 2,500 for the bundle is quite a bit more than the last one. This one was a lot because it had all of my retro Spaceball donations on it, and only a fraction of this was actually Pyrotoad stuff. But yeah, pretty cool. I mean, it's not like a huge success, but it's better than nothing. I didn't even know you could sell games on itch in bundles with other devs and artists. That's pretty cool. Yeah, it's definitely a good way to like get an old project to be noticed a little bit more. To get some more eyeballs after release. Actually, Johnny was inspired to do a NES homebrew. I mean, yes, that's awesome. Yeah, Johnny was inspired to do an NES bundle that's coming out, so that's really cool. It looks like some awesome games are going to be involved in that. Johnny's game, Kaji's or Palooza Saga Kaji's Trials, is actually how I met Johnny, because I was streaming it. Oh, and there's an ad. Oops. Whoa. Five minutes AFK. All right. Yep. No worries. Just gonna fill this in real quick so I can paint bucket all of this. And I'm probably going to adjust it. Oops. Oh, and SourceHack. I never mentioned SourceHack. That is another game that I've been working on an update for. Now, SourceHack is an interesting project because it's something that I never, like... Well, it's not that I never plan on finishing, it's that I don't really have any, like, plan to finish it as much as I want to keep updating it until it is, like, a pretty massive game. Which it probably isn't the best idea for, like, as far as like a studio being, you know, it's not the most financial decision, right? It's just me kind of doing what I feel like. I always wanted to make a big RPG game, and it's not so much of an RPG at the moment, but it's becoming more and more RPG like. But I don't know, so I played a lot of Mystic Quest and Final Fantasy IV and even Final Fantasy 1 and you know, those types of games, right? Which is obviously why I you know, made Demon Fish Dead Ahead, like a simple version of that kind of stuff. Well, I also want to make a more complex game, and I've been like kind of thinking of this idea for a long time now. Probably around 2019 I started like writing and doing just like ideas, jotting down ideas and making prototypes for what eventually became Source Hack. It started as Cyber Source Hack, but then I wanted to make a demake of it on the Game Boy, even though it wasn't out yet. So that's kind of how it started, which is kind of funny. I had a Unity prototype, and I still have it, I just haven't fucked with it in ages, of a an action RPG. And I wanted to do that on Game Boy, but I didn't think I would be capable of it because this was the first time I ever picked up GB Studio. I grabbed GB Studio and I started making Source Hack, just like that. It was a project for me to learn the engine. Giant Man Jiro says, by the way, the map colors I originally had reflect the actual colors that appear in the maze. Okay, so the theme of like the green is going to be like the theme of the second level. I get that. Yeah, I'm just using this color right now because I'm just copy pasting and there's only one color on the map, so it'll be really easy for me to oh, is this yellow? It looks more green to me. Yeah, this is definitely more green. But yeah, I hear you. I hear you. So the way that I've been making the map stuff, and I can pull this up. If we go to this one, you can see this has the health as well as the chest, and I've been doing this all in the DMG colors because that way we can easily change the color in the engine if we want, or we can bring it into Aseprite and just, you know, paint bucket the colors, right? Because when there's only 4 colors, it's really easy to change all 4 colors, right? Or if we wanted to, we could do a palette, because of the way that the tiles are divided, we could do a palette for the bottom, a palette for the middle, and we could use the same palette for the bottom for the top, or however we want to do it. I love how those walls look. Yeah, so we can do something like this, at least for the chest and for the health. As far as making this work with the way that you've got everything going, it might be difficult, but we can get this type of, like, at least the coloration variety going. We'll have to see what we can do, right? I know that the way that you've worked the engine to do the things with sprites and like swapping the tiles and stuff, I know there's a lot under the hood that's going on with that, so we'll have to see what we can do with the art on those. But for the chest and the health, you know, we can kind of go for broke because those are like special backgrounds, right? And it'll kind of help us to like bridge the gap between like the low detailed parts of the maze and the high detailed parts of the chest and the health rooms. Also, we could probably do something with the backgrounds for the battles too, because those are all sprite based for the most part. So it should be really easy to do something, either different colors for the different dungeons or variations in the art for the different battles, and, you know, maybe do something special for the bosses or something like that. So there's a lot of wiggle room for it, but yeah, I'm glad you appreciate how the walls look. And yeah, I totally get you on the colors. I'm literally just copy pasting from the first one, and the colors here, you know, we could probably make some adjustments to it as well. I was thinking for the map, it might actually be cool to utilize like an actual, kind of like what we did on Pyrotoad, where it has like an edge to the map, so it looks like you're actually looking at a map within the screen. So something like that. We could use different colored paper for the different levels. We could use a color for this background rather than just having it be gray. These skulls are going to go away, obviously. But yeah, so I mean, there's a lot of room for that stuff. For the chest screens, I can do if so and so zone, do this palette easily. Exactly, yeah. Yeah, that's why I wanted to start with just 4 colors, because then we can do palette swaps super easy. And if we didn't want to do palette swaps in the engine, we could also just super easily paint bucket, you know, areas of it or the entire thing, or how, because you could easily just select an area. Like, let's say we wanted this area to have a certain palette. Well, then we could just go through and do a incontiguous paint bucket on the 4 different colors there, and then go through and do it here the same way, and then obviously we could do it there as well. But it might be easier to just do it in the engine, so that way we can just programmatically say, like, if it's this dungeon, then it gets this palette, etc. It really depends on how you want to do it. Either way, it would be pretty easy, I feel like. So yeah, if it's too much of a pain in the ass to do that programmatically, which it wouldn't really be, but if for whatever reason you wanted to do it with the art, we could do it with the art. But yeah, I like having the minimized colors, because then we can always add more detail to the colors, like more palettes if we want, but we can always do things programmatically then, and we can always like just kind of switch it back to the grayscale colors, or the DMG colors, and do it all within the engine, or, you know, vice versa. We can make different versions of it and try different things. As soon as we start going hog wild with the colors, it gets really hard to jump back to saying, like, well, let's do this part programmatically, because then it's like, yeah, although I believe in the newest version of GB Studio, there is a way to create palettes out of a colored image, but I haven't messed with that yet. So we'll just have to see. And I believe you're not planning on changing the engine, unless you've changed your mind, but that shouldn't really be a big issue. There are quite a few changes that I'm noticing in the new engine. I've been using the newest version of the engine to make my Dope Wars game, and it's interesting. Like, and also I upgraded VTubers Please to use the new version of the engine, and there was, I think, just one bug that happened because of that, which was actually really easy to fix. There's one change I really hate. Oh yeah, which what change did you really hate? I'm interested. Because yeah, it is kind of interesting watching how they adapt the engine, and like what changes they keep, and like what changes they get a little bit of blowback on, and that kind of stuff. Collision only gets checked every 4 frames instead of 2 for platform scenes. Interesting. I did not know about that change. Honestly, I've never really made anything with the platforming scenes outside of working on Pyrotoad, which was all, you know, your stuff. I haven't really messed with the platforms scenes. But I wonder if there's a way to change that, either with a plugin or making a manual adjustment to the engine. It seems like it would be a relatively easy thing to do, but I don't know shit about coding the engine. I feel like at this point I have some people I could talk to about that stuff, but I don't think I'd be able to do it myself yet. I don't know if you know, the hell is their name? No, it's slipped my mind. As soon as I go to think of it, it slips my mind. Let me look through my DMs real quick. It's been a while since I've talked to them. Oh, it's been a good while. Oh, and it's in streaming mode, so I can't see their name. Let me look up their itch. Techno Fantasy. So, he did, I think he did some of the programming on Ornblock, but this game is entirely his. And he's pretty well versed in, GB Studio, engine modding and plugins, making his own plugins and engine mods. So this game is a good example of that, because I asked him straight up, I was like, how the heck did you do that in GB Studio? He said he rewrote the engine to a degree to make it work. But yeah, you can see that he's using a mixture of like arrays and like multiple arrays, as well as like the background tile swapping and stuff like that. So a lot of under the hood stuff, as well as his own plugins. So he made this Scanline plugin that everyone uses, that we couldn't figure out how to work with Pyrotoad. He made that. I think he also makes like demo scenes and stuff, so like making scrolling text and stuff like that is like totally within his wheelhouse. Yeah, I think Mike Leese is the person I'm talking about. But yeah, I'm not sure if they've done anything with the platforming stuff, but either them or someone else in the GB Studio. Gabby AFK, will certainly check the VOD. Thank you for working on this. Yeah, no problem, Johnny. Thanks for dropping in. I appreciate it. Hope you have a good day. But yeah, the GB Studio Discord's a great place to look for like other people having the same issues on things, or ways to work around issues or fix issues, things of that nature. But that is an interesting change to the engine. I wonder why they would do that. Because that would mean that you'd have to like move slower, or you would like put the player through walls. But yeah, they made a lot of changes to the adventure themes, which is what we used for VTubers Please. Now, VTubers Please is a point and click style game, but you can get a lot more variety out of using the adventure time, or the adventure mode, right? So point and click does this thing where the triggers no longer work the same way. There's a slight variation in it. So they no longer have an on enter, they have an on click, basically. I forget the exact word they use there, but they have an on hover, but that is only for the cursor itself, right? So it just changes the cursor when it enters, which if you want something else to happen when it enters, you need to switch the game mode. And adventure is the most... Adventure also has 8-way diagonal movement, right? However, they just changed it now, so it uses a lot more of the engine fields, and so now there's like inertia. Yeah, so there were two bugs that were brought in. First of all, the character, or the cursor now had inertia, which we just got rid of by changing the engine field, and then the player like move the player faster event or whatever, I forget the name of the event, no longer works for that scene. You have to change the engine field for that too. So we just had to go in and change a couple engine fields, and that was actually a pretty easy fix because we didn't have to change it across scenes, so that was nice. I feel like all of these should be flipped. There we go. But yeah, so I finally got a piece of feedback that I was expecting. Well, I was expecting on VTubers Please today. Just like 3 hours before the stream started, someone commented that they couldn't get the game to play. And I'm not certain that what the issue was, but I'm almost certain that they tried to use the mouse on the game. Like you would any other computer game. You would imagine that you could use the mouse to hit the buttons. But because it's a Game Boy game, you cannot do that. And because there's buttons on the screen, it looks like you should be able to hit them with the mouse, but you can't. So, for instance, in Pyrotoad, we didn't have actual buttons on the screen. We just had text with like indicators, right? Which, I don't know, maybe does a better job of being more intuitive that you can't use the mouse. But who's to say? And the person, like, I mean, clearly they didn't, if that was the issue, then clearly they didn't look very hard to try to fix the issue, which is a little sad because they gave it, like, you know, I think 3.5 stars or something like that, which isn't terrible. If you can't get the game to work and you give it that rating, that's actually pretty kind of you. But I would say, like, maybe just don't rate the game if you can't get it to work. But yeah, maybe you have to rate the game to give a comment. I don't really know. But I responded explaining that it doesn't work with the mouse, so maybe that will, I mean, you can't change your review, I don't think, but maybe that will at least help them to play the game, which is the goal, really. I mean, the goal isn't to get the best review or the best rating. I mean, as much as a good rating is nice, the goal is to get people to play the game and enjoy it. I need to sip some water here. But yeah, so I think I'm probably going to... Hey, nice job getting first. Ava Sarah, welcome in. Hope you're doing well. But yeah, watching VTubers Please do so well on Newgrounds after Pyrotoad did so well on Newgrounds kind of reminded me that, like, hey, I've got other Game Boy games that aren't on Newgrounds. So yeah, I think that as I make that change to the demo of Demon Fish Dead Ahead, I think I'm going to throw that on Newgrounds. I don't expect it to do as well as Pyrotoad or VTubers Please, just because it's a RPG. It doesn't lend itself as well to the platform. It's a simplified RPG, so yeah, it may not be what RPG people are looking for. And people who would actually be looking for a game like that probably won't find it on Newgrounds. But hey, you never know. It's another way to bring more people into the Steam page, and I could get some helpful feedback that way. That's one thing I really like about Newgrounds, is that it's kind of gamified in a way that if a game is like under critique or whatever, because at first it's like right when you put it up, it doesn't show it to everyone, because they want to make sure that it's, you know, not breaking the terms of service and that it's legit and that, you know, there's that, you know, checks a certain number of boxes and that it's decent, right? So what they want is people to knowingly check out games that are unrated, basically, or that don't have enough ratings, they don't know enough about it. So what they do is they gamify that by giving people more like points, because there's like an experience system within Newgrounds, right? The more you use the platform, the more points you get and the more your votes are weighted. So someone who's like level whatever, like 50 or something, has a higher weighted point of someone who's like level 1 or 2, right? So if someone who's level 50 gives you 5 stars, that's really good. Or if they give you 0 stars, that's really bad, right? So anyways, it promotes people playing games that aren't rated yet, and I think that's awesome. I mean, it is Newgrounds, so you do from time to time get people who they like, you know, are just in it for the points or whatever, or they're really kind of juvenile about their comments. They're not really it's not always the world's greatest feedback. I mean, some of it's great, but it's not always great. Sometimes it's mean, or they're trying to, you know, like get something out of it, or I don't know. People do weird things on the internet. What is GB Studio? GB Studio is an engine for making Game Boy games. Here, this is GB Studio. So this is a game that Johnny Mangiaro's made that I'm doing the art for now. And it's a 3D maze. And these are the 2D maps of the maze. And it's also a turn-based RPG. And there's this doggy. So yeah, there's a lot going on under the hood in this one, and you can't really see a whole lot that's actually going on. But yeah, it's a great engine. There's no code required, which is really cool. Oh, and there's an ad. My apologies for that. But yeah, I love GB Studio. I've been using it since 2023, so I've learned quite a bit along the way. There are some things that I don't know how to do, like recoding the engine, but it is an open source engine, so if you're like really savvy when it comes to C++ or even JavaScript, you can do a whole lot of stuff with the engine that it can't do out of the box, which is always really fun. Why does that look off? Is GB Studio free? Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's free and open source. It's on itch. You can just grab it. They update it pretty frequently. I think about once a year or so they give it an update. And it can be a little frustrating because they're changing the engine. But it's also a good thing because most of the changes they make are super cool. Making it more usable, more user-friendly. You can do a variety of things that you couldn't do before. When the engine first came out, it was basically like an RPG maker for the Game Boy. And now you can do a lot more than just RPG games, which is really cool. Yeah, there are some people that are like wizards at it that can do some like really like kind of mind-blowing and And if you're into homebrew, kind of earth-shattering stuff, like this game, for example, where it's like, oh, I'm just gonna mute it. Where it's like a this is Ornblock by Techno Fantasy and what was the other guy's name? I already forgot. Ben Gelter. So both Techno Fantasy and Ben Gelter are pretty big names in the Game Boy Color homebrew scene. So yeah, this game is like Tetris meets Snake, and it's like really interesting. Honestly, I don't fully know how to play it yet. It's weird because you're trying to make things to eat as the snake. But nothing more than a double. But yeah, you can make stuff like this in GB Studio if you know what you're doing. And if you don't quite know what all the engine can do, you can still do quite a bit and have quite a bit of fun with it. So I think at some point you hit the select button or the start button, or I don't know how to switch to snake mode. Maybe you have to cross the line at the top. Oh, that didn't do what I expected it to. So I think I just lost somehow. I'm not sure how you do this. Oh, did I restarted it. Anyways. Very interesting. There is an in-game tutorial that I should have probably done. Yeah, I'm not sure how you go into snake mode, to be honest. I've done it before, but it's been a long time since I played this. Yeah, for whatever reason, I'm not fully understanding how to do that. But anyways, yeah. GB Studio has some really cool games that have been made for it. And every month or so, something else new is either being worked on or comes out. And it's just a really fascinating scene to be a part of. Everyone's really supportive of each other. It's a lot like the indie scene, except a bit more niche. There's maybe not as much money involved with it. Less high rollers, less AAA studios pretending to be AAA or pretending to be indie, and more just. Sorry, I didn't hear you. There was a commercial of GB Studio free. Yeah, GB Studio is free. Sorry, I didn't know if you were stuck in the ads or not. But yeah, GB Studio is definitely 100% free. And I definitely recommend it. You can grab it on itch. You can go to their website and grab it. It gets updated pretty frequently. It's open source, so if you wanted to, you could change the code. It doesn't require any code whatsoever, but if you want to, you can go as heavy as you want on the code. Yeah. There is a little bit of a learning curve to it, but mostly it's to understand the Game Boy hardware and what will work on the system itself. The engine is actually fairly easy to use, and it's just constantly getting easier every time they updated it. But I've been using it since 2023. I've done a number of projects on it now. I've been working with Johnny Manjiro since Pyrotoad, and this is Johnny Manjiro's next Game Boy Color game. And he asked me to do some art for it. And yeah, we had a lot of fun working together on Pyrotoad. We make a pretty good team. Johnny also does NES development, and one of his games, Palooza Saga Kaji's Trials, is going to be available in a bundle soon, which is super exciting. And that game is actually how I met Johnny. When I started getting back into streaming after an extended break, I had gotten really into homebrew stuff, you know, Game Boy development and playing homebrew games, and I started streaming some of the homebrew NES games that I had found. And of those games, I became friends with two of the different developers. It's a pretty cool scene where you can just like play someone's game and become friends with them. But yeah, Johnny hopped into my stream and we chatted it up, and before long he realized that I was a homebrew Game Boy developer and a pixel artist, and so he asked me to do pixel art on his next game, which became Pyrotoad. And we did the audio together. I did all the sound effects and most of the background music, and then Johnny did the cutscene, the music for the cutscenes, which turned out fantastic. And yeah, we both had a lot of fun, learned a lot about GB Studio, learned a lot about oh, got a friend request. Learned a lot about releasing games on Steam, and in general, the game did really well on Newgrounds. It made it on the front page. We got a trophy for being like daily 4th place or something. It was you. Yeah, thank you for that. Now we're friends in real life. The Steam is real life. Now you can keep track of me while I play games. I've been playing a lot of Sons of the Forest lately. I don't know if anyone's familiar with that one. I started playing it back during the early access period, but recently I picked it up again. Oh, I also played it. Oh, cool, cool. You know, I've never actually played it with another person. I was actually talking about doing that possibly with Taco Crepe. I don't know if you know Taco Crepe, RG. He's a fantastic pixel artist who also streams. Also mods my channel here. Hey, it looks like we got them all in. We got all the things. So now we just need those other tiles. Taco Crepe, yeah, it's spelled differently. Let me pull that up here. Did that work? There we go. Yeah, Taco Crepe. Go give Taco Crepe a follow. Fantastic person. Yeah, awesome stream, awesome art. I actually rated Taco Crepe a long time ago, and he's kind of blown up since then. He's got a nice size following, which is pretty cool. It's always good to see people blowing up, you know. Like another pixel artist friend of mine, who I'm not as close with, but Frankie Pixel Show. They made this game called Look Outside that blew up, and yeah, they're still on Twitch. They still stream, and yeah, they got a publishing deal with Devolver out of that, which is really, really inspirational and cool. Alright, so now we've got this color, or this kind of tile to put around the edges here. So that way it looks a little bit more like a map. It makes things take a little bit longer to make, but it looks cool. The music is kind of quiet on these tracks. I never went and updated them. I'll just turn it up manually for a bit. Then I'll have to remember to turn it back down. It's only like the first 4 tracks. This is the Demon Fish Dead Ahead soundtrack, if you can hear it. Oh, and then there was this like edge piece. Rick, you are already a Twitch partner? No, I'm just an affiliate. Partner is a big step. I am part of a game dev stream team though, which is pretty cool. I had to apply for that. I wanted to create a team on Twitch for pixel art game devs, but it seems only a Twitch partner can create one. Yeah, exactly. So, after I had been, you know, in enough game developer streams, I noticed that some of the people I follow are part of this game dev stream team. And I was like, hey, what's up with that? So I clicked on it, and then there's more information about applying for it. I think I had to fill out a Google form, and then I joined their Discord and let them know that the form wasn't working. They fixed the form. After a couple months, I think it was like 3 or 4 months actually, I kind of forgot about it. I kind of assumed that my application was denied. But that wasn't the case. They were just really behind and accepted my application. Okay, new goal, Twitch partner. Yeah, unfortunately it's pretty hard to reach partner. What's really cool though is that Twitch allows you to monetize before you're a partner, where like with YouTube it's like you might as well just never monetize because it's impossible. I mean, it's not impossible, it's just really, really difficult to get enough viewership, and then you have to maintain that viewership on YouTube. Where on Twitch, if you reach a certain threshold, you're now you can be an affiliate, and then you can start making money. And even if your stream drops off and people stop subscribing, if someone subscribes later, then you can still make some of that money. You still have to reach a $50 threshold or whatever, but that's pretty easy to do, especially in a few months or something like that. So we have to create our own team. Yeah, I mean that would be cool if there was a pixel art game dev team. I would definitely want to be part of that. I mean, don't get me wrong, it's cool that I'm part of the team that I'm part of. But yeah, it's a pretty big stream team. So I feel like a smaller one might be better, but yeah, I don't know. I haven't noticed any influx of like viewership or even people from the stream team dropping in and saying hey. But then again, I don't really reach out to anyone either, so that could be partly my fault. Does this need to go there? No. What did I do on this one? This. There we go, like that. Oh, I need one of those inside corners. Here we go. That's probably the easiest way to deal with that, is just leave it solid. For this one, I think I will... I don't know. We've got more tiles here where I did this kind of thing. Just adds some more variation to it. It makes things look not so square. Which in Game Boy things can tend to look square, since everything has to be an 8x8 tile, or made out of 8x8 tiles. Wait, that's not right. That's not even what we want. We just want this one flipped. There we go. So now it looks a little bit more interesting. This one's a little bit weirder. If we wanted to do something here, or we could make it like open up, but that would just look weird. Probably just leave it the way it is. But yeah, RG, if you're interested in joining that stream team, I wouldn't be able to pull strings or anything like that, but definitely give it a shot, because they seem to be accepting a lot of people. It might take a few months, or it might not. I really don't know. But yeah, this is actually the second stream team that I've been part of. The first one was just for Arizona streamers, like in the state of Arizona. And that one was kind of weird too. I think it had a Discord as well. But yeah, it was, you know, anyone in Arizona could join, and there was like no application. Oh, the music's back loud again. There was no application for it or anything like that, so it was just like, you live in Arizona, you can be on the Arizona stream team. And so because of that, it really didn't help anything at all. I think one time someone asked me what Stream AZ was, and I was like, oh, it's an Arizona stream team. And they were like, oh, and that was the end of that. But the stream team that I'm part of now was actually put together by a dev who's making, or at least was making, a Twitch integrated game, which I actually couldn't get to work. I didn't bother like asking questions about it, but it sounded like it would be a cool thing if it worked, but I didn't get it to work, so I don't know. I probably didn't do something right. But I also didn't try it on stream. Maybe that would make a difference. I don't really know. But yeah, they're, you know, pretty cool. I don't really know them very well. I haven't been in their stream or anything like that, but they are partnered. It's always interesting to see game dev streams that are partnered, because it's like, you kind of wonder like how they did it, you know? Not to sound like rude or anything like that, but it's just like, it feels like it'd be so difficult to do, but as, you know, someone who is, you know, streaming about game dev stuff, it just feels like there is not a whole lot of community. I mean, there is community for it. Don't get me wrong. There is community for it. Oh, there's another ad starting soon. I don't. Where is my snooze button at? Did I snooze? Yeah, I snoozed it. Okay. Snooze the ad. Because yeah, sometimes it feels like it would be impossible to reach that amount of viewership just doing game dev stuff, unless you're like really big, or you know, a lot of times I feel like it's because of Kickstarters. Sorry, it took me a second to think of the word. Because, you know, if a game is really popular on Kickstarter and one of the devs does a stream, all of a sudden all of these Kickstarter people are, you know, they put money into it. They're already interested in seeing it succeed and seeing how it's made and stuff. And so all of that viewership helps promote it on the algorithm. And then you've got people that are just, you know, regular Twitch streamers trying to get, you know, or trying to find things that they're interested in, and they get promoted this thing that already has a whole lot of people interested. It makes it easier for people to say like, hey, this is a community I want to be a part of too, kind of thing. But I think that's just one way of doing it. Obviously there's like Pirate Software has been doing it for a long time and just kind of kept up with it for a long time. Also had a Kickstarter. And then they also kind of like lean towards games a lot of the time now. If you ever watch his streams, he's barely ever working on games anymore. It's like not even, he doesn't even like do that anymore or something. There's what's her name? Lana, I think, something. I can't remember her name. Excuse me. Oh yeah, Pirate Software is streaming right now. Old school RuneScape. Who am I looking for? I think it's Lana something. I'm like digging through my followed stuff, but it's like not in any order, so it's hard to find the person you're actually looking for unless you search them. I don't know where she went, but she's big. Every time I see her on, she's got a crap ton of people in her chat, and I feel like she also got her start with the Kickstarter, but I could be wrong. Pirate Software also received quite a lot of criticism because he spoke very negatively on the Stop Killing Games initiative. I think he lost almost 30,000 followers. Oh yeah, 100%. I remember that happened. Yeah, honestly, I've been following Pirate Games since like 2016, and I never really was a fan. I've always kind of been following him just to like kind of see what other people, like what other game dev streamer people are doing. And I've always kind of disagreed with some of the shit that he says. I mean, obviously some of it is agreeable, but a lot of it, it's just kind of like, I don't know, I can't think of anything off the top of my head. But yeah, when I first started streaming, I really didn't know like what to expect out of the community in general, or like how things might go, or like, you know, what a successful stream looked like, or anything like that. And it's kind of funny because at the time, I mean, don't get me wrong, he had more success than I have, of course, but also he had not blown up yet in 2016. So it was like interesting to watch him blow up. Kind of the same way that Frankie Pixel's show blew up a little bit, except Frankie Pixel's show's not anywhere near the size of Pirate. But yeah, when I first started hanging out in Frankie's stream, he would have like 10 viewers on a good day, you know? Kind of similar to my stream where like when things are going good, oh, there's that ad. When things are going good, I've got, you know, 15 to 20. But like right now, I've got 3, you know what I mean? Of course it is like 6 in the morning or 5 in the morning here. But yeah, it's early in the morning where Pirate is too, and he's got 1.7 thousand. So there's that. And had he not made such an ass out of himself with the Stop Killing Games initiative thing, he would have more. So yeah. That whole thing was kind of weird, right? Because it was like him just like digging his own grave and like backing himself into a corner and just digging himself deeper, right? Like the whole thing was a little weird. Because like if he was making networked games, then maybe it would be okay to listen to him about that kind of stuff. But he doesn't make network games. So, I mean, he's worked on networked games, sure. But when it's like not your studio, that's very different. And like, I don't know. Clearly, there needs to be some changes in how that happens, because if you play a networked game, pay for it or not, right? Like, it shouldn't be taken off randomly just because. That's unfair to people who paid for the game or just would like to see it, you know, kept alive through whatever means necessary, right? All right, we should be about back from the ads. Sorry, Arjik, if you were stuck in the ads for that. Arjik said, haha, funny, I feel the same way about him. I don't really like his arrogant attitude, even though he did sometimes give really good advice. Yeah, exactly. He was always really arrogant and very, what's the word? Entitled. Very entitled. If you know anything about him, he is, everyone calls him a Nepo baby, right? But the thing is that he was kind of brought into the industry, right? I mean, obviously he wanted to be taken into the industry, but he was like kind of like shown the industry at a very, very young age, was kind of like foot in the door, like someone like got him in. And it's kind of a funny story too, because he's about my age. I think I might be just like a year older than him, or he might be a year older than me. We're about the same age. That means we graduated college around the same time, which was during the recession, the big recession, right? I graduated in 2009, and it was still bad in 2010, right? So it was bad in 2008, it was bad in 2010. It wasn't until about 2011 that people started hiring again. And even in 2011, there wasn't a whole lot of hiring going on in the games world. A lot of people were hanging on to their jobs, and it was kind of surprising that there weren't more layoffs. Like nowadays, layoffs are everywhere, and everyone in games felt pretty safe, but they also did not want to lose their job because there wasn't a whole lot of hiring going on, but there wasn't nearly as much firing as you see today, which is interesting. But the market is doing a lot of weird things, especially with COVID and all of the stock stuff that's been happening, where you have these big stockholders and big companies buying up all of this stock and yeah, anyways, he graduated around the same time as me, and he had no problem getting an internship at Blizzard. You know, but it's because his dad worked there for fucking 40 years or something like that, 20, 25, 30 years but at that point. And so he got a foot in the door easy. I applied at nearly every AAA studio I could think of, as well as some indies, and I got nothing but crickets and maybe a couple denial letters. And I'm not saying I was like the best candidate, because I probably wasn't, because I'm sure people did get jobs that weren't Nepo babies or whatever. But yeah, it was a very tough job market in that period, and we took very different career paths. He worked for a big AAA company. Hey Westlow, thanks for checking in. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're having a good morning. Yeah, Pirate worked for big companies, made lots of money, and then I had to learn how to do things on my own, right? But we both ended up making games independently. Everyone should check out Westlow, by the way. I'm having a good morning. Awesome, glad to hear it, Westlow. Westlow is a game dev and pixel artist as well. So if you're looking for game dev pixel artists to follow, check out Westlow. He does a lot of Godot stuff and game jams and stuff. Baking chalky chip cookies right now. There you go. Those sound tasty. But if they were gluten-free, then I could eat them. But they're for you, so enjoy your gluten-full. I imagine they have gluten in them. Gluten is so good for baking. Your apartment smells amazing. I bet. They are gluten-free? Oh, really? No, there you go. That is fantastic. I haven't tried baking gluten-free cookies. You'll share. Well, I could definitely eat it then if they're gluten-free. I have not tried baking gluten-free cookies, but I make a gluten-free pizza. That's what I've been doing. I get like a flour mix, like what is it? Bob's Red Mill, I think is what it is. It's a 1-to-1 ratio mix, and that works pretty well. But I also add tapioca starch, garbanzo flour, and a little bit of xanthan gum to you know, mix it up a bit, so it's not just all that 1-to-1 flour. Which, I mean, it's good flour, but like it's nice to have more grains. I feel like it adds to it. Oh, I also put like a couple eggs in there to help it stick together a little bit. And I found that to just be like a perfect like bread dough, pizza dough recipe. And I kind of came up with it on my own, just kind of trying different things. But yeah, the tapioca starch works really well because it's nice and sticky. The garbanzo flour is just nice variety. It smells a little funny by itself, so I probably wouldn't want to eat something like a cookie that's just garbanzo flour unless it had a lot of sugar. Which cookies normally do anyways. But yeah, I've been making pizza for a long time, and then when I found out that I couldn't eat gluten anymore, I was honestly a little distraught. What happened to this tile? That tile looks fucked up. So I spent some time eating frozen gluten-free pizzas, like a good couple years, or a good year and a half of eating frozen gluten-free pizzas, but they're just so fucking expensive, right? You can spend $15 on one pizza and it's not even that great. And if you make it yourself, man, it's so much cheaper. I mean, yeah, the flour is like $15 for like however many pounds that is. 5 pounds or whatever it is. But you can make a whole bunch of pizzas out of that. I usually use about half a bag for every batch, and then out of every batch, I also, you know, use those other flours, but I get about like 6 or 7 different pizzas, depending on how much dough I use for each pizza. But usually they're pretty big. I do flatten the crust pretty flat, like really thin crust, so that way I can get more toppings with less dough. But yeah, I'm a pretty healthy eater for the most part, so I've kind of figured out a way to make pizza healthy, if that makes sense. So, first of all, gluten-free flour is a little bit better for you than non-gluten-free flour, which is nice. And second of all, I use a crap load, just like a crazy amount of vegetables on my pizza. For sauce, I usually just use a jar, right? I just use jarred pasta sauce because I'm lazy. I used to stew my own tomatoes and like mix, you know, paste in and like make and buy like fresh herbs and all this stuff. And it was so time consuming, and it was kind of pain in the butt, right? Because you need a big vat and it's got to be on heat like all day long, which will heat. I was living in Phoenix when I was doing that, so it would like heat up the apartment and it would be hot out anyways. The air conditioner would be kicking on, and like it didn't seem worth it. And I'm actually a pretty big fan of jarred pasta sauce. Granted, the jars of pasta sauce aren't the cheapest way of doing it, but they taste good, so could probably save a little bit more money by getting some cans and doing like a can of sauce and a can of paste and maybe chunks if I wanted chunks or whatever. The cans are definitely cheaper. They just don't taste as good. They just don't taste as good as the jars. So, and then the cheese, I usually buy like a big bulk bag. I used to go to Walmart. Back when I used to shop at Walmart, I used to get their big bulk cheap bag of mozzarella. But man, one time I melted it and it was like nasty. It was like, first of all, it wasn't mixing. I was making like a cheese sauce. It wasn't mixing with the cheese sauce at all, right? It was just clumping. And there was like what didn't melt was like plasticky. It was like pure cellulose. It was pretty gross. And so after I think I threw out the rest of the bag. That's how gross it was. Like seeing it do that. The stuff, I go to Sprouts for my food now, which is like a grocery store. It's not everywhere, so not everyone knows about it. But they've got a lot of health food. It's kind of like a Whole Foods, but not as expensive, and they've got better deals. But sometimes it can be pretty expensive, so you do kind of have to watch it. Anyways, this is looking better. Let's grab the color here. Oh, and we want it to be incontiguous. There we go. So now we've got all of that. And then if we take a look at this one, you can see that we went on the inside of the gray tiles there. So we can just do the same thing. I think I used this color. Oh. And yeah, oh, I fucked that up. This is gonna actually be like an edge that looks like a map. But for now, I'm just leaving it like this. Actually, it might be a good time to start adding that edge. Yeah, so this map, it ends here, and then it picks up here. And then this one ends there, and then the next one. So all the maps are actually connected, which is kind of cool. Oh, and we should fix this little thing going on there. All right, so what I'm gonna do now is I'm not sure if I have PyroToad stuff on this computer. I need to take a look. So we got DB Studio projects. No, it looks like it's not in that folder. So you know what I'm going to do? I'm just going to open it up on my other computer here. And we'll just do it manually just by looking at it. It'd be pretty easy. And we can make changes to it anyways. I was planning on doing that. So PyroToad, oh wait, that's not the right thing. 1 second here while I pull this up on my other computer. Alright, so now I've got it pulled up on my other computer. I'm going to check out the grid here. Yeah, okay, so I just kind of like drew a W kind of shape. So I'm just going to erase this. Wait, this is the wrong map. Kind of like that. And then, I'm not sure what color to use, so I'm just gonna use this one for now. But basically, I just kinda made like a burnt edge kind of thing. Something like that. Oh, and for the sake of ease, we're just going to fill this in with that gray color. And now we can just zip across. Oh. Like that. And then we need to do the corners. That looks pretty good. I guess we could put the color in there too. That looks pretty good. There we go. Now we've got a map. You turn off the grid. It looks pretty good. So it's time to save this. Probably should have saved a while ago. We're not going to put it in the assets folder. We're going to throw it in this folder here. I never know if I should use an .ase or a .asprite. And it looks like I'm doing both. Usually I try to stick to one or the other. This looks a little funny. There's like repeating faces and then a weird smiley face looking thing there. I'm not really too concerned about that though. Alright, so this is zone 2. Let's get zone 3 underway here. We've got quite a few of these to work on. I'll probably take a break at some point here. Probably for the next ad break, I'll take a short break, and then at some point, I'm going to switch gears and probably play a game. Not really sure yet, but I'm trying to like reward myself for getting back into the groove here, because I've been slacking a little bit, not gonna lie. And well, like last week I was doing client work, so I wasn't fully slacking, but even prior to that, my streams have been slowing down. I've been only doing it when Indiana streams, which is nice because it keeps me going, but he's been playing a lot of other games that I don't have, and pretty much every time he cancels or is playing a game that I don't have, it gives me an opportunity to be like, oh, I guess I won't be streaming tonight, and then I'm not getting as much work done. I'm not doing my own stuff. I mean, yeah, I'm taking time to myself, which is cool, but at this point I feel like I need to stop taking so much time to myself and start getting back into the swing of like doing shit, right? I used to be really, really, really good at just like getting shit done every fucking day, right? Like sitting down, doing it, and I would progress a ton, and it was motivating, and it was like a self-fulfilling thing, right? Like it fed into itself in a positive way. And yeah, when, you know, not to get onto like sad, morbid shit, but when my mom came down with brain cancer, things really got shaky in my life in terms of like how productive I was, the shit I was doing. All of that stuff was very, very much adjusted. Because the first thing that happened was I moved to go live with my mom to help take care of her, and then I stopped doing as much client work, and like even before that, like I had before I found out that my mom had cancer, I had a full-time job, and I would come home from my full-time job and work for, you know, another 4 hours or so on my own stuff, whether it was client work or it was video games, mostly Retro Spaceball. And I was still getting a lot done, even though I only had like 4 hours every night or whatever. Around the weekends I would kind of go for broke. But that was like the driving force, right? I was like, I hated my job. I wanted to be able to do game dev full time. I really wanted to keep doing client work and all that stuff. So like, you know, I pushed myself maybe even further than I should have sometimes, just to like really get things done. But man, did I get things done back then. And then so like I lost my job, and then I started doing more client work, and that was cool because I could keep you know, working on Retro Spaceball or anything I had going on at the time, same time, and that wasn't really an issue. I mean, the client work did eat into my time a little bit because there was like a good 6 months before I or after I got fired, before I got that new client that needed work all the time. And it definitely affected my schedule for sure. There's no doubt about that. But I was still getting shit done, and I was making money too, so felt good. And I didn't have my shitty job anymore, right? Well, after a while, I got kind of used to not having a shitty job and just doing full-time game dev or client work, vice versa. It's kind of the same job. And then shit hit the fan, right? Two things happened that just changed my life drastically. One was that my mom was diagnosed with brain cancer, and then two was that some like drug lab moved into one of the condos that was adjacent to me. I don't know which condo it was, but they were fuming me hard with like really toxic fumes, and I had to move because I called the cops. They didn't do anything. I called the fucking DEA. They didn't do anything. Like, there was nothing I could do because I didn't have proof, and no one wanted to get involved in a quote neighborly dispute, and like all I could do was leave. Luckily, because this was actually my mom's condo that I was renting from her, because she wanted to help me out. She had some money. She wanted to make a real estate investment. I showed her the nice-ish neighborhood that I would move to, and she was like, okay, that's doable. I can afford that. And then I paid her, I think, like about the same that I was paying rent when I was living in the kind of ghetto area. So like she didn't raise my rent when I moved in, which was really helpful for me. And then the place went up in value. There was a housing shortage in Phoenix, and everything went crazy in terms of the prices. Everyone was looking for a new place. I'm gonna snooze these ads. And so when I sold, it was actually a good time. My mom made some money out of it. I didn't have a place to live anymore, but I wanted to be closer to my mom anyways because of the cancer, right? So it all kind of worked out in that sense, except that I had to pack up my studio, which was, you know, just me, and move across the country. And then it was now basically my job to take care of my mom, which, you know, felt good to do, and I'm glad that I did it, but it was really rough. It was a lot of work. It was a huge impact on my life because I had been living alone for a long time, just doing game dev stuff, and now I was taking care of the pets. I was giving the pets medicine, walking the dog, right? And then luckily they were like paying for my food, which was awesome. I didn't have to pay rent anymore, which is awesome. But I also didn't get as much work because when I moved, the client that was giving me tons of work gave me more free time because they knew that I was moving. They knew that my mom had cancer. They knew that all that stuff. Arjik says, "You're doing well, Rick. I'm sorry about your mom. God bless her. It doesn't matter how successful you end up in the end, but whether you're happy with what you're doing, and then success comes all by itself when you put love into your work. Most of the time it comes when you least expect it. If you consider that your biggest breakthroughs were often just hobby projects or simply play, you will have your breakthrough too. I believe in you. I will continue to support you. My friends have repeatedly encouraged me to keep going and not giving up. You're not alone." Yeah, I really appreciate that, and I agree with it. Thank you so much, Arjik. I very much appreciate your support. So yeah, like, when I was living with my mom, I definitely had to, like, reorganize my life. It took me a while to get back into the swing of things. My podcast took a big hit. My streaming stopped entirely for like the first couple years. And yeah, I was eating a lot of Italian food, and I didn't know that I couldn't eat gluten. So my gut was having issues, and like a lot of things were happening. I wasn't getting as much work, but I was doing a lot of work for my mother, and like my life was basically put on hold, it felt like, while I dealt with all that stuff with my mother. And then unfortunately the cancer won eventually. It was inoperable. Well, no, it was operable, but after a while it was inoperable. They only do so much brain operations before they decide, like, hey, we can't, if we take this out, you won't be you afterwards. So eventually there was no treatment that could be done, and she passed, and it was unfortunate. And then I had to move, of course, because I wasn't gonna live there if she wasn't even there. And then I had to pack up my studio and move again. And then there was this like weight of like all the like the grief, right? Dealing with grief, and I still am, in a way, because it's only been just over a year. And it's tough, it's not easy. And my client never really picked the work back up to the pace that I was when I started. So that kind of hurt. And then in the last like 6 months or so, he really shut down on the work he was giving me. But he did just give me some more work last week, so that's cool. I can't complain too much. But it kind of showed me that, like, I was not spending time on myself for like the last, I don't even know, 5 years, 6 years now. Yeah, 5 years. I haven't really been spending the amount of time on myself that I used to. I haven't really been as locked in as I used to, for all those different reasons, right? And I had a client that was kind of cushy, right? Giving me work all the time. It was good paying work all the time. And when that kind of stopped, I realized that I hadn't been like putting out feelers. I hadn't been like bringing in new work and new clients and networking as much as I should have. And I really wanted to start streaming again, but it was really hard to do at my mom's because, for a number of reasons. There's other people living there, there's pets, there's hardwood floors above my head that are creaking constantly. Like, there's all types of reasons why I didn't want to start streaming while I was there. Eventually I bit the bullet and said, like, I'm gonna start streaming at my mom's, while I kind of get used to like the idea of getting back into streaming, because it had been years since I had streamed at that point. So when they would like leave the house for extended periods and I was just watching the pets, then I would I'd start streaming a little bit. And I did do a couple podcast episodes as well. So I didn't like completely shut down everything, but it sure felt like it compared to where I was at before. And it was really hard on me because I was like ready to go. I was like ready to do things and just like kick ass, and then all of that stuff happened, just kind of like knocked me back and kind of demotivated me. And it's unfortunate. I'm still struggling to get that motivation back. And it's coming back. I just need to like push myself. But yeah, that's about where I'm at these days. I still kind of miss the life that I had when I was working a shitty job and just kicking ass, which is kind of fucked up. So part of me is thinking that I should probably just bite the bullet and get some shitty job here now that I've moved across the country. And then, you know, go back to, you know, like having a day job and working my own stuff after. Why does that feel like it should be like that? Yeah. But I'm so used to not having a day job that I'm kind of like not looking forward to that, right? I'm so used to being my own boss that I am not looking forward to having a regular boss, like, and like kissing ass and like, you know, doing things that I really don't want to do, things that I don't care, pretending like I care about things I don't care about, being nice to customers that have nothing to do with what I care about. Like, it's fine when it's my own customers, you know, like someone gives me feedback on my game, I can go right into customer service mode, like no issue whatsoever. But when it's stuff I don't care about, that is it's a challenge. I mean, I did some retail before, probably wouldn't want to get back into that, but I did call centers before. I was actually really good at the call center thing, but the problem with call center jobs is that they always kind of end up the same place, which is not a good place to be, which is dealing with the bitchiest customers, right? What pays the most in call centers? The jobs that no one wants. And it's like money stuff, right? Like bank stuff. So like I was at TSYS, which is a credit card processor, for a while. And for like a year I was there. And I ended up quitting because they just kept on giving me more jobs within the job that I have without giving me a raise. So I have more responsibilities, shittier jobs, and no more money. And I tried to like leave the department that I hated the most, which was chargebacks, people disputing credit card charges. Every single call was like, where the fuck is my money? Oh my god, I got so sick of it so fast, and there was no way out. Once they put me in there, they wouldn't take me back out. All right, so there's an ad break coming up. Arzik says, I only know a few people from the US, and I know that the cost of living is very different depending on the state. How much do you need to live where you are? Just an idea, if I may ask. It's hard to say exactly how much, but I live in Oklahoma, if that gives you an idea, which is very cheap compared to the rest of the world, but the jobs don't pay nearly as much. So like working remotely is my goal here, because then I can get a decent wage and then not have to pay extremely high taxes or you know, different, you know, food and stuff like that. Food is getting really expensive everywhere though. But yeah, I moved out here because I could afford to live out here. That's why I moved out here. Not because I like it in Oklahoma. I'm not religious, you know, like a lot of the stuff that's here. Like, it's mostly red state. I'm more Democratic than Republican. And like, it's, you know, There are game devs here. Most of them are board game or D&D tabletop site devs, but there are devs here. Anyways, there's that. I'm gonna take a little break, and then we'll BRB and we'll jump back into this for a bit, and then maybe switch to games. Where is OBS? There it is. All right, break time. Alright, we should be back from the ads, but I am going to take a quick food break and just put something in the microwave, and I'm going to bring it back and just eat it on stream. And then yeah, we'll get back into it. So thanks for hanging out. I'll BRB. I've returned with some food here. I made rice yesterday. It's got some pasta sauce in it, carrots, tomatoes, broccoli, garlic, onions, chicken sausage, ground turkey, salt and pepper, onions, and serrano peppers. Oh, and spinach, kale, and chard. Oh, and there's quinoa in it. So forgive me if you hear me munching. It's very tasty. Alright. Got some fuel for me. Turned out really good, the rice. Nice and spicy. But I ran out of beans in my mac and cheese. So there's no beans in it. It would have been better with beans. But still pretty damn good. I thought about putting potatoes in it, but I didn't. Yeah, this is music Johnny made for Pyrotoad. It's this stream playlist has the whole soundtrack on it, so it kind of switches back and forth between music that he made and music that I made for this part. Yeah, I think we did a great job on the soundtrack. Both of us combined. I think it's a nice kind of juxtaposition, but also like it suits it well. There is it's not too much of the same, but it's also not too different. And I think it was a good choice to do Johnny's for the cutscenes and mine for the levels. I think that worked really well. At least with those particular pieces of music. Yeah, this is another one of Johnny's. So I'm thinking about what game I should play after this map, because I think I'll finish this map, and then jump into a game. And I'm thinking Sons of the Forest. Been really enjoying that game. I got really far last night. Not as far as I've ever gotten. Like, I'm playing a new save, right, from the last time I played the game, but or the last time that I played it a whole bunch anyways, not from the last stream. It's still the same save as the last stream. But yeah, I got the shovel, and the next step is to get the shotgun, if I remember correctly. Shotgun is super helpful. I never did beat the game. Also, I never beat the first one. I played the first one a lot, and I never beat it. I don't think I did anyways. I remember getting to the end area, but I cheated to get there. Because, like, the way they designed that game, there was like this big hole. Not to spoil the game, it came out in like fucking 2015 or whatever, 2016. There's this big hole in the map, and that's where like the end game is. But it's like impossible to get down this big hole because you just die, right? Well, I figured out that because it's a Unity game, that there was a way you could kind of like use the wall climbing abilities, right, to get down there without dying. And I did it on my first try. It's not like I sat there and tried and tried and tried. I just managed to slip down the right way without taking any fall damage when I got to the bottom. And you're not supposed to do that. But that's how I got down there. And then I never actually tried to go down there the right way. I think there was a cave that led there. But yeah, I think I started playing The Forest back in 2014. I had a beta version of it. And my computer was absolute shit. I had to like set the graphics down to like ultra low, and it still just completely ran like shit. Like I got good at getting the timing right to hunt lizards. I remember that. And then that laptop bit the dust. And I got another computer, which was actually probably even worse than the laptop. So what I did was I made the screen like super small. So the resolution was like a quarter. And then it would run at a decent speed. Oh, but I also like... Yeah, it was like blurry. And at a quarter size. And I played it like that for a long time. Until I got a better computer. And eventually I got VR. And that's, to me, that's the best way to play that game. And if the sequel had VR, I'd be all over that shit. But I'll tell you, I saved the game, and I must have been not in VR when I did this. I saved the game like with my face like right next to a hanging corpse, and I started the game in VR years later. Completely forgot that I had saved my game right next to a hanging corpse, and it scared the shit out of me. It was like in front of my nose. Like I like let out a little yelp. I don't scare easy, but like I scared the shit out of myself that way. It was kind of funny. Oops. You ever played Necessed? I did. I have it, and actually, the Electric Mindset, one of my my viewers and supporters, told me to grab it, and we never actually played it together. But I only played it for maybe, I don't know, like maybe 20 hours tops. I could probably find out. And then they updated the game. Oh, I played 115 minutes. Yeah, so a lot less than 20 hours. It's very cool. So I enjoy crafting survival games, but I kind of fell into Core Keeper, and I think that's why I didn't play as much Necess, because the buddy who I wanted to play it with never played with me, and then B, Core Keeper was like more expensive and like better graphics and just like, I don't know, interested me more, I think. But yeah, then they updated Necess. I think that's how you pronounce it. And it looks like they've continued to update it. This is from April. Oh yes, the pixel art from Core Keeper is awesome. Yeah, a lot of that game is pretty awesome. I mean, this game's pretty awesome too. This game came out first, obviously. But yeah, the pixel art is a little bit more, I don't know. It's not as refined in Necess as it is in Core Keeper. And you know, that doesn't mean that all pixel art needs to be refined, but I don't know. Some of Core Keeper looks like a freaking painting, you know? It's like really well done. It's inspiring to see games like that. I mean, I also have games I never played, but I love the pixel art. Pathway, for example. Oh, right on. I don't know that one. I used to buy more games back when I had steady work. Now, I basically only buy games that people are like, hey, we should play this. And even that has kind of slowed down, because it's like, do I really want to spend the money on something that will play for maybe, I don't know, you know, however many days, and then something else comes along, and then you end up just spending a lot of money on games you don't play, right? And then also, like, I have a lot of games. Here's Pathway. I have a lot of games that I haven't played. So like, I have a pretty big backlog, and like, I'm sure they're decent games, you know? So I might as well give those a chance. And a lot of times when a new game comes out, I just wait till it goes on sale. So this is by Chucklefish as a publisher. Chucklefish made Stardew Valley, or published Stardew Valley. I don't know this developer. That's funny. Halfway and Pathway. I think they did that on purpose. This actually looks really cool. Not that Pathway didn't, but I like the aesthetic of and the theme of like sci-fi. Oh, this was also published by Chucklefish back in 2014. Making games in 2014 was so difficult, right? Like having UI like this, it was like you basically needed a third party to do that shit. I think it was around the end of 2014 that like Unity had better UI. And I don't know how GameMaker is on UI. It seemed pretty tough back when I was playing with it, but yeah, this looks pretty beautiful. Of course, if this game came out today, it would have to be multiplayer. And this one's not multiplayer either, which is interesting. So I've already got some friends that own this game. So this is like Wolfenstein era. Like if Wolfenstein was a... Like if Stardew Valley and Wolfenstein had a baby, that's what I'm seeing here. But is this turn-based? Oh yeah, it's like turn-based tactical. I don't like GameMaker at all. More a fan of Godot or Unity. Yeah, I mean, I like a lot of stuff, but I haven't actually played with I haven't played with Godot or GameMaker really, in terms of making full games. Like I played with GameMaker a long time ago, like back in 2010 or so, and it was different. It wasn't even GameMaker Studio yet, or at least the version I had wasn't. And I didn't get very far. But yeah, both of these look really good. The pixel art looks great. The shadows was really impressive there. I don't know if they were dynamic or if that was a cutscene or what, but it'd be really hard to do that. I imagine those shadows are dynamic, but yeah. Really impressive lighting in this one. Like compared to this one has cool lighting effects, but you can tell they're just like the shadow is just a Gaussian blur. Yes, like Commandos, just because of Pirate Software GameMaker. You mean the streamer? I didn't know about Pirate Software, the streamer, until like 2016. But no, I was after college, I applied for jobs for about a year before I started going on my own, and I didn't stop applying, but after a year or so I realized like I probably wasn't gonna get a job. He was using advertising GameMaker a lot. Oh yeah, I know he's a GameMaker dev. He's probably like the biggest GameMaker dev out there. But yeah, I didn't know about him back then. You know, In fact, I think he was working at Blizzard at that time because that was like right after college. I just tested because he was telling this is a very good engine. Oh. I think he's just saying that because he uses it. I think everyone's kind of like that, right? Even if you're like, I try to be engine agnostic, but I still promote GB Studio like crazy, and I don't promote Unity, but I enjoy using it. You know, if I'm gonna make a big game that's not on Game Boy, I'm gonna be using Unity, right? If I was just doing the art, then I wouldn't care what engine they're using. But if I was doing any of the programming or any of the game design stuff, I would prefer that it's in Unity because I already know a lot about Unity, you know? But I just haven't played with Godot or Game Maker Studio enough. I don't think they're bad engines. I think it would be really hard to make a 3D game with Game Maker, but it can be done. But yeah, that's like pulling teeth hard. Like, why even put yourself through that? And then with Godot, like I said, I just haven't spent enough time with it. I think it would be a fine engine to use, especially for like hobby stuff. I think if you're trying to make something that's like professional quality, it could be difficult, but people do it. Engines like Unity and Unreal, they have a lot of stuff already in place to make it, like, you know, work well out of the box. And I'm sure Godot has stuff like that. I just don't know enough about it to be even able to get into it, right? I'd need to like basically start over at least a little bit to learn Godot. And right now, I'm just not at a point in my life where I can do that, right? It's like, oh, there's another ad. I'll wait to talk about this. Gives me a second to eat some food here. Minutes AFK, right on. Alright, we should be back from the ads here. I've still got food in my mouth, but it's really good food. But yeah, we're almost done with this. I do need to do the outsides, but you saw how quick that was on the last one. And then yeah, I think we're gonna play Sons of the Forest after this. Unless I change my mind rapidly, but been really enjoying Sons of the Forest. I get really into survival games. I never finished Subnautica, but I enjoyed that one quite a bit. Honestly, that's pretty normal for me though, to like get really into a game and then never finish it. Something happens where I don't really want to finish a game, and then I usually get distracted by another game, or you know, life stuff comes up, or a lot of times what happens is I feel like I'm wasting too much time playing games. I'm like, I need to work on games and not play games. I'm sure most devs have felt that before. I never finished Core Keeper. Yeah, there's lots of survival games I never finished. I never saw the end game on Minecraft. I started playing Minecraft back when it was in beta. Like, I remember there was a fishing rod, but no way to use it. Like, you could craft it, but you couldn't use it. And every once in a while, I will still pick up Minecraft. It's been a couple years at least now. But during the pandemic, I was playing it quite a bit. That's probably the last time I played it. Maybe. No, I think I played it again more recently than that. I don't know. Maybe not. But yeah, I had some friends that had a server during the pandemic, and that was a lot of fun. I had never really, like, I'd played online with one friend before, but I never had like a group of friends where every single day someone was always on. And usually it was like 5 or 6 people were on. It was pretty exciting actually. We used Mumble, which is like a TeamSpeak thing. I don't know why the person who owned the server wanted to use that instead of Discord. It's like, whatever. He was more of a Slack user, I think, but Slack like costs money to have like a server, so never really liked Slack. I always thought Slack was kind of lame. It was always cooler to me, like if I needed to join something for work, I would prefer it to be a Discord channel than a Slack, but you know. But now I'm to the point where I'm out of Discord servers. I have to, every time, because I don't pay for Discord, so every time I need to join a new server for like a client or something like that, that means I have to come up with a server that I need to leave, which is getting harder and harder to do now. I mean, granted, a lot of them I use for like game dev promotion stuff, but I don't want to leave those servers either. Yellow, Retro Toby, CEO, how you doing? Welcome in. What are you up to this fine morning? Well, I imagine it's a fine morning. It's fine for me. How's your morning going? Good. Just woke up an hour ago. Right on. Yeah, I've got the backwards sleep schedule at the moment. So I woke up at 8 p.m. yesterday. But I hope you had a good sleep. Hope you're well rested. welcome in. Thinking on whether or not I should make another GB Studio shoot 'em up or try a different engine. I mean, it's up to you. You know, if you're into making Game Boy games, it's really the best place to do that. Unless you're well versed in like C++ or C or Basic or Assembly. I mean, there's other ways to make Game Boy games without GB Studio. But other engines, yeah, I mean, like, I'm working on a shoot 'em up ish game in Unity, and that's been a lot of fun. Yeah, of course, Unity has lots of haters at the moment. Lots of people are using Godot. I'm not really familiar with any actual coding languages, which makes me sad. Well, there's Construct. I don't know how well it would work with a shoot 'em up, but I'm sure you could get something to work. And it would definitely be a learning experience, but no code is required for Construct, and it's free. Most engines have some type of visual scripting thing these days. How much you can actually get done with that kind of depends on the engine. Unity has one called Playmaker, I think is what it's called. And one of my favorite pinball games, or two of my favorite pinball games, were made using Playmaker. So it can do some really cool stuff. And they are considered to be shoot 'em up pinball games. Mostly more like bullet hell pinball games, but you know. My goal is to learn a language so I can make a fighting game. Oh wow, yeah, so fighting games are pretty challenging. I've never actually made one before, but every single person I've heard talk about it that's made one before, they all say that it's super difficult to do. I can tell, yeah. I think a good place to start might be like a beat 'em up, right? Because it's kind of, I mean, it's not like a full-fledged fighting game, but it has a lot of the same kind of mechanics, but the stakes aren't as high, I guess. Like, because I mean, you think about what a modern fighting game requires, right? First of all, it's got to be online, right? Because who plays local games anymore, sadly, unless you have a brother or you play with your spouse or whatever, you play with your kids. Pretty much everyone that plays games with other people plays online. GDevelop is good. You don't need code, just puzzle. Interesting. I've never actually used GDevelop. It's like when I try to ask people how to make one, they ask me questions that I don't understand, and then they realize I don't understand programming as well as the majority of people. Penuzmik also creates his games in GDevelop. He is a pixel artist. I'm not familiar with that pixel artist. Interesting name though. Really? Yeah, no, I don't know that one. Pen USB mic. Is that how it's pronounced? I bought Asebright last week and even got paid $20 for freelance work using pixel art, which shocked me. Hey, awesome! That's super cool. Congrats! Like, my first ever commission was pixel art related. I'm like, what? That's so cool. Yeah, you know, it can be difficult to get a pixel art commission. It's not impossible, but it can be difficult. Some people really appreciate the artistry of it, and then other people are like, it's cheap. It's not cheap. It's actually pretty expensive to do, and time consuming. stream. Yeah, that's super cool. It took me a long time before I started getting paid to do pixel art, to be honest. I started freelancing back in 2006, and I started getting paid to do pixel art in 2023, I think. So yeah. Of course, I didn't start doing pixel art until about 2018. Pen to the Lie, great tutorials for Aspray. You have to check them out. Alright, let me take a look. I'm not sure I've seen any of this artist's work. In case other people want to see. I can definitely see the I could see how this is kind of inspirational to your work. But yeah, I'm not familiar with these tutorials. Honestly, I don't really use a whole lot of tutorials anymore. The ones that I constantly go back to are the Saint 11 tutorials, which I'm sure everyone probably already knows of because I talk about them all the time. This website, I can drop it into chat. This is such a great resource. Like, it's just, there's so many different tutorials here, and they're animated. It's just a gold mine of tutorials, and they're fairly easy to navigate to. You can just like search the filters. Not every word you come up with will work, but you can see they have some words at the bottom. But this is where I got my start pixeling. Like, don't get me wrong, I tried my own hand at it and was like, wow, this is really hard. There's like rules and shit. Oh yeah, Slinard. Yeah, or Slinard. Slinard? Yeah. Pedro Medeiros worked on Celeste and Towerfall. I know Adam Jonas. I didn't really watch his tutorials. I had seen him on YouTube because it's like a very highly like, what do they call that? When the algorithm gives it to you. It comes up a lot on organic searches. He's got a lot of organic reach. So I've definitely seen his tutorials before. Also, he streams, so I see that a lot. Seagoat, one of the people that he's actually streaming right now. Seagoat got raided by Adam C. Jonas twice, I think. Maybe more times. Those were some big raids. But if we're being honest, Adam C. Jonas kind of bores the shit out of me. He's a great artist, but yeah, not exactly content that I want to watch. I'm trying to remember their name. This other artist. I think it's HBU. Why is it so hard to find the person that I'm looking for? Maybe it's underscore HBU. I can't find him. I'm terrible for this. Fantastic pixel artist though. And I follow them. I should be able to follow them or find them in my followers list. Yeah, I don't know why I can't find him in my stupid list. Then again, I couldn't find the other person I was looking for either. I don't know. I give up. Anyways, there's some good pixel artists on Twitch. Cath Wizard is good. Pixeliana is good. Taco Crepe, like I mentioned before. Ego Games. I'm sure there's more. Cisco Levile. Sorry, my mouth is full again. Food is so good. But yeah, it's not that I'm like too good for tutorials or anything like that, but I just don't really like YouTube pixel art tutorials very much. And when I watch streams, a lot of times it's like co-working stuff. Well, I'm not really like trying to learn. I'm just trying to like not work alone, if that makes sense, right? Or not feel alone while I work. I definitely think it's a good idea to constantly be learning as much as you can. But a lot of times I find myself only like learning the things that are like necessary for the work that I'm doing. So like if there's something that I don't know, I go and learn it. And then if like I'm just like bored and want to know stuff, I usually start learning something that I knew nothing about before. That's just kind of the way my brain is wired. Like I'm like super like eclectic when it comes to shit. Like I like knowing a little bit about everything, or even a bit about everything, right? Like I don't know. That's why I'm a generalist when it comes to game dev. Like, I went to school for art. I went to school for 3D modeling and animation, actually. And I love 3D modeling and animation. I still do. And I love art. I love being an artist. But I also love programming. I love making things. I love game design. There, you know, there's a lot of things that I really like. I even like graphics and stuff like that. It's just so difficult for me that I don't like actually spend all that much time learning graphics and stuff, like writing shaders or anything like that. But man, with like shader graphs between Unity and Unreal, having like shader graphs and stuff like that, I fucking love that shit. You know, back when I started learning shaders in college, it was all like 3ds Max, and there was just like a stack. They didn't even have nodes yet. You just had to like put things in a stack give it maps, and then, you know, work with the shaders that were built in, basically. Or, you know, write your own shaders, which seem like complete black magic. It still pretty much does seem like black magic to me, to be honest. Yeah. One time in Unity, this was before shader graphs were a thing. I learned how to code a standard shader using like oh, holy shit, Seagoat Games with the raid. We were just talking about you, Seagoat. How you doing? How was your stream? I was actually lurking in your stream when you raided me. That's how I had an idea that what was happening. I was like, wait a second, Seagoat's stream just disappeared and mine appeared. I'm gonna snooze the ad that's coming up in 5 minutes. Talking good, I hope. Yeah, talking good, absolutely. We were talking about different pixel art streamers that we enjoy watching. Definitely good stuff. Everyone check out Seagoat Games. Go click that link, give them a follow. They stream all the time. How many days a week do you stream these days, Seagoat? Also, if you've got things that you need to do, I know it's like, what, 5:30 in the morning or something there? 6:30 or 4:30 in the morning? It's 6:30 a.m. here. If you've got things you need to do and get some sleep, totally understand. But yeah, thank you so much for the raid. Thank you so much for bringing your community over. If you don't know me, sorry, I've got food in my mouth, I keep eating. My name's Rick. I do game dev stuff, pixel art, Unity, GB Studio. Right now I'm working on a Game Boy Color game that Johnny Manjiro designed and wanted some art done for it. So I'm doing pixel art for Johnny Manjiro. Johnny and I worked on a game called Pyrotoad recently, which you can check out on Steam. I've got a link for that. My schedule has been really swinging, LOL, but like 3 to 4 times a week. That is a lot. Nice work. I need to get back into the swing of that, like doing it all the time, you know. I've been slacking quite a bit. Trying to get back into it, trying to get more discipline. Made Pride butterfly emotes, need to package them up and put them on Ko-fi for free. Oh, cool. Yeah, I was watching you make those. Nice work. That's so cool that it changes between all of them. Yeah, well, happy Pride. Yeah, I did static ones and looping and this mega one. Yeah, the mega one's pretty cool. I'm sure people will enjoy that on Ko-fi for free. Might get some donations too, you never know. Thank you for sharing that too. Really appreciate it. Very cool stuff. So yeah, if you're looking for pixel artists to watch on Twitch, Seagoat Games is super supportive, super humble, makes games, makes pixel art. Don't you got a game on Steam these days? Feel free to drop the link for that. Yours and Taco's game. Oh, thanks for the bits, Seagoat. Really appreciate it. And there is the link. Confections Conversations. I'm gonna pull that up real quick. So Seagoat and Taco Crate both work together on this. Croak and Dagger Games and Seagoat Games. That's awesome. I didn't know about Croak and Dagger. So yeah. Wishlisted. I'm surprised I didn't wishlist it before. But now it is. You got my wish list. Broken Dagger is tacos and iStudio. Oh, okay, cool. Oh, that makes sense. It's a cool name, I like it. No trailer up yet, I see. Interesting. Yeah, better than Taco Goat. Yeah, maybe. Goat tacos. Although goat taco actually sounds kind of tasty. You get some goat cheese on there. But yeah, thanks so much for sharing this. Really appreciate it. Everyone give him a wish list. Seagoat and Taco made this together. If you don't know Taco, Taco is a moderator on my channel. And if you don't know Seagoat, give him a follow right now. Very cool pixel artist. Thanks again so much for the raid. And as always, you're welcome to hang out. One more wish list and we hit 150. Hell yeah. Everyone, go give them that one wish list. Be number 150. Sorry, my stream's pretty inactive tonight. Had a couple people, 2 or 3 people chatting, 3 or 4 maybe, 4 or 5. But yeah, I think I started at like 2:40 or something in the morning, so wasn't expecting a huge turnout. But it's been pretty fun chatting with Arjig and had a couple other people dropping in. Yeah, we're making a level map. That's what this is. It's for this game that Johnny designed. These are the current level maps. This is a Game Boy Color game. And it's a 3D maze with with turn-based battles. And you fight cute girls. And right now it's called Amazions 100. I'm not sure if that's the final title or not, but right now that's where we're at. Arjik's number 150. Hell yeah, put it on your wish list. Fuck yeah. Thanks for supporting our friend Seagoat. I really appreciate that. Seagoat's always been very, very kind. Always coming in and dropping some bits. Oops. Wait, no, go back. There we go. Oh, that's not the right one. Need to get some food, probably some rest. Okay, Seago, thank you so much again. Really appreciate you dropping in. Enjoy that food. Did like a 7-hour stream. There you go. Nice, nice. Yeah, I'm only at 4 and 20 minutes. But yeah, thanks again. Really, really appreciate it. Hope you have some wonderful food and get some well-needed, well-deserved rest. Drew 16 emotes. That's a lot for one stream. Wow. Yeah, that's something to be proud of for sure. No pun intended. They're all butterflies though, so it wasn't too bad. Yeah, I was watching you make them. I was lurking. You had a nice workflow going there. Can't beat that, right? When you have a nice workflow and it makes everything easy and everything turns out great. How does this one end? Like that. One's a little weird. I think these need to be down there. Or maybe like that. No, it looks better the other way. Can't do that. I think it needs to be this. I can't do that. What if we just took this corner? Nah, that doesn't look good either. Maybe it'll look better once we put those dots in. That looks pretty good. Let's get this color. Oops. Now we've got that color. Let's get the map edge. And it looks like we're back from the ads. Perfect time, we're just about to finish this. This is the first song that I play from the playlist on the stream. So that means we've repeated all of the songs in the stream's music. Which I always think is really cool because that's 4 hours and 27 minutes of music before it repeats. And it's not all stuff I made because of the Pyrotoad soundtrack. But yeah, I get excited because back in the day, I used to be like, one day I'm gonna have enough music to fill an entire album. And then I finally did. Just outside of college. Just after college. And so sorry, I'm chewing again. I burned a bunch of copies and gave them out at festivals and stuff. And people liked it, you know. But I think most people probably just threw it away or whatever. But it was more for me. I was just proud that I had a full album. You're gonna keep you on lurk, but head down to Satyrs and make some food. Yeah, no worries, no worries. Head downstairs, stay yours. Love it. But yeah, eventually I had so much music that I could fill up a whole DVD of music, right? Well, maybe not a whole DVD, but I had a lot of music. And now I've got a whole lot of game music. It's not even counting all of my other music. If you put together everything I've recorded and everything that I've worked on over the years, it would take days. Of course, not all of the recordings are that great. I used to be in a whole bunch of different bands, right? And I had this this Boss recorder. It was my dad's. I gave it back to him eventually. But for a decade, I had it, maybe even longer. And I recorded on that thing all the fucking time. It had this proprietary sound file that was really compressed, so it could fit a lot of recordings on there. And then one day my dad wanted it back, and I was like, oh shit, I need to get the music off there first. He's like, oh, that's fine, take as much time as you need to get the music off. It took me a whole fucking year to get all the music off because it had to render it as an audio track. And most of the stuff I had rendered already, right? Because it was oh, we recorded it, we want to hear it, put it on an album, you know. So most of it I had, but there was a fuck ton that never got rendered. And then I went to render everything that was on there, and it took so long. Because it literally took the amount of time that it took to record it, that's how long it took to render it. I don't know why it took so long to do that, but if it was a 45-minute recording, then it took 45 minutes, give or take, to spit out a usable wave track. So a lot of the times we would record, and then I'd be like, oh well, I'll get you that track tomorrow because it's gonna take a whole nother hour to put it out or whatever. And usually we'd record until we had to, do something else, right? Unless, sometimes we would do a shorter one and take a break and render it during the break, because we knew how long it took to do. But yeah, anyways, eventually I got everything off of there. Took forever. I still got it. I burned it all on DVDs. Oh, that was the wrong file format. There we go. It looks like a monster, doesn't it? Like these are his scary arms and he's got this scary mouth and scary eyes. And this tiny little body. It's like a frog monster because it's green. Sorry, I'm just finishing up my lunch or dinner or whatever the hell this is. Breakfast, I don't know. All right, that was good. I'm just changing my category here. All right, yeah, so for those of you who just got here from the raid, I was planning on switching gears to play some games as a reward for finishing up these couple maps that we did. Trying to get back into the routine of doing work, streaming, yada yada. But yeah, before ending here, we're gonna play some games. So I'm going to end the YouTube stream and then restart it so it changes the title here. So those of you on YouTube, new stream is gonna start just a second.